Chapter 804. Hei Lolan's expression became even more excited. She quickly replied, "Little ant, don't worry, I have already entered the pool and dug a hole underground." In the sky, Fairy Li Shan suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the alliance agreement, but it was still within her bearable range. She casually wiped away the blood stains and continued to send a secret message to Hei Lulan. "All right, I will scout for you from the sky. You can sneak over and be careful not to be discovered by other Gu immortals. Especially that fellow Fang Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and scheming, even Pai Shuihan was toyed with by him. We have set up the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him. The time limit is approaching, you need to be on guard against him." "Of course." Hei Lulan quickly replied. Fang Yuan descended above the jade pool. His body stirred up strong winds that caused ripples to form on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were a generation ahead of the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around and immediately confirmed that there was nothing in this deep pool other than the pool water. "So it is oil water." He frowned slightly. Oil water was naturally not ordinary water. It was a resource that could only be found in the depths of the sea. As a Gu refinement material, it was very common in Eastern Sea. In places like Northern Plains and Western Desert, it was rather rare. Small amounts of oil-water transactions were almost impossible to find in jewel-yellow skies. That was because the profits were too low. Jewel-yellow skies would take a lot of fees. It was not worth it. If jewel-yellow skies had such transactions, it would be a huge portion of the profits, but it would only be earning money through hard work. And because the oil water produced in Eastern Sea was basically consumed by itself every year, this kind of huge transaction was very rare. It was also very rare. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water here, their intention was ingenious. This pool was extremely deep. It was connected to the depths of the earth. It drew out traces of earth qi. Oil water itself was a resource produced in the deep sea, in the Great Earth Trench. The Dongfang tribe built this pool to make use of oil to produce oil. Every once in a while, they will draw fresh water and mix it in. Then, they will make use of the earth's energy and the oil to continuously mix, gradually restoring the original density of the oil. Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a turn of his mind, he understood the operating method of the Dongfang tribe. Profits were not easy to obtain. They needed specific Gu worms. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Because of this, he also knew, in Eastern Sea, there was a small group of outstanding Gu masters who specialized in fishing for oil from the bottom of the sea. Gu worm recipes passed down from generation to generation. When used together, they could fish and extract this kind of oil. These people made a living from this. The main point of their Gu worms was to fish for profits. Their battle strength was not strong. However, their social status was relatively high, and they were generally welcomed by the big and small forces of the Eastern Ocean. Fang Yuan had gone to Eastern Sea in his previous life. At that time he had come into contact with an old Gu master who specialized in fishing for profits. The old Gu master was old and only had one granddaughter. She wanted to recruit Fang Yuan as her grandson-in-law and marry into his family. Unfortunately, in the end, Fang Yuan rejected it. Very soon, Fang Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed. He stretched out his index finger, pointing at the surface of the pool. With a light hook of his finger, the pool water surged up like a dragon. It obediently poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. If this was before the auction, Fang Yuan would not have been able to do anything. But after the auction, he had the strength path immortal Gu pulling water, which specialized in dealing with water. Wouldn't it be easy to obtain oil? Although the oil is precious, it is not an immortal material. Using immortal Gu pulling water to collect it is like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. If not for the fact that this pool has a large portion of oil, I will be participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be the best time to use the oil. Otherwise, I would not take it. Fang Yuan needed to expend green grape immortal essence to activate the immortal Gu. The value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than the oil. If not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan might have left already. At this moment, Fang Yuan was standing in the air with his hands behind his back. The oil was continuously pouring into his immortal aperture. He turned his body slightly and looked towards He Lulan. There was no movement from He Lulan's side. She seemed to have gone to another pool. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's tricks, but he was not anxious. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know about thatched hut and minuscule mountain? In fact, he knew even more than Fairy Li Shan. In his previous life, during the Five Regions War, all kinds of immortal goo houses fought and caused many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves were easily countered, but immortal goo houses had both offense and defense. Even if they had different specialties, they had no weaknesses in other aspects. Especially in immortal goo houses, the more goo immortals they carried, the stronger they would be. They could rampage on the battlefield and were almost unstoppable fortresses of war. If thatched hut could be found so easily, it would not be thatched hut. Fang Yuan collected all the oil under his feet and flew towards another pool. After collecting several resources that were similar to oil and water, Fang Yuan finally found a deep pool with a beast group inside, causing his eyes to shine. Sensing that Fang Yuan had forcefully invaded their territory, wolf howls resounded everywhere as tens of thousands of shark fin wolves rushed out of the pool, forming into a formation and eyeing Fang Yuan, who was in the air like a tiger watching its prey. Fang Yuan had used some of these shark fin wolves when he was disguised as Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. They were very useful. They were the size of elephants, amphibious, and were one of the few wolf groups that could fight underwater. They had extremely strong defense. Their bodies were covered in smooth crocodile skin armor, and sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of their bodies. On their backs, there was also a row of shark fins that resembled those on a shark's back. These shark fins formed a line that extended from the wolf's head to its tail. Although their speed was not fast, they were often used by Fang Yuan as a solid shield in the wolf formation. Of course, these mortal beasts could no longer attract Fang Yuan's interest. Fang Yuan's burning gaze landed on the leader of the wolf group. This was a huge shark fin wolf, over 10 meters tall. Its body shape was extremely smooth, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. At this moment, this shark fin wolf was crouching, its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp white teeth. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, as if at the next moment it would jump and pounce on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could not help but want to subdue it. Although he did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, he could use other methods. He could also slightly control this desolate beast. There was only one beast enslavement immortal goo. It was kept in Langya blessed land. Using this goo to enslave desolate beasts showed its effect in an instant. The desolate beast could advance and retreat at will. This was a supreme masterpiece of enslavement path. Fang Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal goo. Other enslavement path goo immortals naturally did not have it either. But when goo immortals use goo, they have their own methods and killer moves. It partially replaced the effect of beast enslavement immortal goo. For example, Flying Bear Phantom Goo was a unique method to enslave desolate beasts. Water Path, Fire Path, Light Path, Wisdom Path and others also had different methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Naganori control so many virtual beasts in the Battle of Taichio? The various sects were interconnected, but they were also interconnected. Between the sects, they had to learn from each other, interact with each other, and compete with each other. Only then could there be the current situation of goo masters with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even without such means, a desolate beast had been raised from a young age and had developed feelings for it, only a sense of closeness. It could be used to protect oneself, and it could be released to kill enemies. Difengyang's 9 Palace Crane Little 9 in the Crane Gate was a classic example of the relationship between man and beast. Of course, these methods could not compare to beast enslavement immortal goo. Enslavement path. Since it was a path, enslavement path's methods to enslave beast groups were naturally superior to other paths. Beside the deep pool, both sides confronted each other for a while, but the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not move. Fang Yuan's aura. It was like facing a great enemy, not daring to act rashly. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Two strength path giant hands, one on the left and one on the right, pressed down. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared and took a step back, a layer of glass water armor appearing on its body. At the next moment, it jumped into the air, even surpassing Fang Yuan's height. It opened its bloody mouth, and Fang Yuan felt a fishy wind assaulting him. Along with the fishy wind, countless water bullets were shot out from the desolate beast shark fin wolf's mouth. Fang Yuan did not dodge or evade. Two strength path giant hands flew up to meet it. The water bullets rained down on the strength path giant hands, but they only caused a slight delay. These water bullets could not even be called mortal killer moves, let alone immortal killer moves. At the same time, the two strength path giant hands that had just flown up grabbed the desolate beast shark fin wolf's hind legs and pulled them down. The pitiful desolate beast shark fin wolf had just jumped into the air and was still some distance away from its target, Fang Yuan, when it was pulled down. With a loud sound, the desolate beast shark fin wolf and the ground came into contact. Some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves could not dodge in time and were crushed into bloody paste and bone fragments by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was furious. It fell to the ground and struggled to get up, still wanting to struggle. But at the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand approaching it, growing larger and larger. The strength path giant hand was imposing. Before it even hit the shark fin wolf, the latter felt its breathing becoming stifled and its heart trembling. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its hind legs were firmly grabbed by the two strength path giant hands. It twisted its body, but still could not dodge, and was fiercely slapped in the face by the strength path giant hand. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was ruthlessly slapped into the ground, creating a huge pit. After a few breaths of time, it could barely raise its head and leave the ground. But this heavy blow caused its vision to blur, tears and mucus flowed down. It shook its head, still wanting to resist, but the second strength path giant hand slapped again. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably again. Another huge pit was formed on the ground. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was extremely indignant. The enemy was strong and shameless. It simply had no time to react. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand, a total of 5, flying and pressing the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground, ruthlessly beating it until dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group around the desolate beast shark fin wolf was running around, howling in grief and indignation. Some of them shot out water bullets, but most of them collided with each other halfway and destroyed each other. Fang Yuan's body was not big, he was a small target. The number of water bullets that landed on him was even less. It was like a drizzle, negligible. What is that sound? Not far away, Half Moon Brute Master heard the commotion and looked over. When he saw that Fang Yuan was beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf, his pupils immediately shrunk. Although he already knew that Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, when he saw Fang Yuan calmly beating up a desolate beast with his arms crossed, his heart still shook fiercely. There was no suspense. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had no way to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, it might have been a stalemate. But he had surpassed a great realm. With rank 7 battle strength, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only passively take a beating. Especially, the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land would basically not have wild immortal goo. Those that had immortal goo, they were all taken away by the goo immortals immediately. Immortal goo were too precious, how could they leave them for a desolate beast? However, the shark fin wolf was beaten up by Fang Yuan. It could not even raise its head, but it still had a stubborn attitude. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and decided to increase his strength. He willed. 4 strength path giant hands grabbed the shark fin wolf's front and back limbs, and then directly lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was beaten into a miserable state. Its whole body was stretched out in the shape of a big character. Its 4 legs were ruthlessly grabbed by the strength path giant hands. The sound of leg bones shattering could be heard. The remaining strength path giant hand was in the shape of a palm, slapping the desolate beast shark fin wolf's face left and right. Slap, slap, slap. The huge wolf's head swung left and right rapidly under the repeated heavy blows of the palm. The howls of the wolf group below immediately became louder. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed, and there were already wolf groups fleeing at the edges. This is a real beating. Cold sweat seeped out of Half Moon Brutmaster's shiny forehead when he saw this. Fang Yuan's ferocious might was at its peak. It could not help but make people tremble in fear. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost beaten into a pile of soft mud. Its howls had changed, but its barely opened eyes still revealed a stubborn gaze. Filled with bone-deep hatred, wolves had always been a fierce beast that held a grudge. Still not giving in? Fang Yuan also felt a bit of a headache. Obeying the strong was a beast's survival instinct. According to common sense, such a huge gap in strength should have made the desolate beast shark fin wolf give in long ago. Fang Yuan observed carefully. He made another discovery. So that's how it is, this shark fin wolf is in heat. It's the time when its manliness is at its strongest. No wonder it's so tough. His mind turned, and he suddenly had a strange idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed from the shape of a palm. The giant hand slowly bent its middle finger and merged with its thumb. Then Half Moon Brutemaster saw from afar, this strength path giant hand slowly sank, sinking between the legs of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Suddenly, the thumb relaxed slightly, and the middle finger flicked out. It accurately hit the male wolf's genitals. A whoa! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook as if it was struck by lightning, its eyes almost popping out. It raised its head and howled, its voice filled with boundless pain. Snap, snap, snap. A whoa, a whir, whoa. The shark fin wolf sang loudly, its pitch getting higher and higher. In the distance, Half Moon Brutemaster gaped at this shocking scene with his mouth wide open. This. He stammered, unable to speak. Although he understood that this was Fang Yuan subduing the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he had never seen or heard of such a method. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image in the Half Moon Brutmaster's heart underwent a huge change. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, his original appearance could not be seen. But in the hearts of outsiders, they naturally had their own speculations. Originally, in the Half Moon Brutmaster's heart, Fang Yuan was the image of a wild and fierce brawny man, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His eyes bulged out, glinting fiercely as if he wanted to devour someone. Now, this image had changed. The image of a brawny man was gone. The tiger's back and the bear's waist were at most wolf's back and wasp's waist. His eyes were vicious, his white teeth bared, revealing a perverted and crazy aura. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's psychological defenses were finally broken, and it completely surrendered. The strength of the hand loosened, and it was smashed to the ground, motionless. Its huge and beautiful body was now arched like a prawn, its two front paws covering between its two hind legs, making low whimpering sounds, as weak as a small flower that had been battered by the wind and rain. Fang Yuan chuckled and said to himself, "This is a good method." He turned his head and looked at the Half Moon Brutemaster in the distance. Of course, he had long since discovered the latter's spying. The Half Moon Brutemaster naturally could not see Fang Yuan's true appearance, but he felt that Fang Yuan's gaze was solid, as if it was a poisonous python coiling around his body. The cool and slippery snake scales were tightly attached to his burning hot body. The Half Moon Brutemaster felt a chill from the depths of his heart, and his body trembled. Especially his crotch, he felt a slight chill. This person is so cruel, he's definitely not someone I can deal with. If I see him in the future, I must avoid him. Sigh, the ways of the world are difficult, life is not easy. The Half Moon Brutemaster swallowed his saliva, and with a flash, he quickly went far away, with a hint of fleeing. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 805. Fang Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf and stored it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mind had already collapsed. It soon fell unconscious and could not control the shark fin wolf group. Fang Yuan did not have any good methods, he could only let those ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was a pity, capturing the desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a great harvest. Next, he continued to search around. But the deep pools he encountered were all ordinary resources. Although there was a lot of them, there was nothing to write home about. Dongfang tribe's headquarters definitely had many good things. But there were thousands of deep pools. Fang Yuan's scouting range was not wide. Moreover, there were demonic path Gu immortals competing in the surroundings. How much he could plunder depended on his luck. Not long after, his luck came again. He saw a deep pool. What was stored in this deep pool was not water, but fire. The fire was burning fiercely. This was a unique fire pool. After Fang Yuan used several scouting methods, he found a group of long snakes and fierce beasts living in this deep pool. Fang Yuan identified them and found they were eerie fire dragon pythons. Adult eerie fire dragon pythons were huge, at least 100 feet long. Their bodies were as thick as towers. The eerie fire dragon pythons had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on their heads, and a pair of bloodshot eyes. The snake's tongue was a strange purple color, and when it moved back and forth, one could see eerie blue flames coiling around the tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there were no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon pythons, there were a lot of them. The pythons were simply piled up together. The snakes wriggled, looking somewhat horrifying. Fang Yuan, however, felt his heart pounding. The eerie fire dragon python's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood. It was the best food to feed some blood-path Gu worms. Python skin, python tendons, and so on were excellent materials to refine many Gu worms. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Eerie fire dragon pythons have always lived in a small family. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to let so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. Although this method is small, it is quite effective. It's extremely easy for the eerie fire dragon python to reproduce. Fang Yuan was able to see some clues. Come to think of it, when he was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs. Now that it had successfully hatched, the newly born eerie fire dragon pythons lived in Immortal Blessed Land, but because there were too few of them, Fang Yuan had always looked down on them. If he could get his hands on such a group of eerie fire dragon pythons. A large number of them were raised in Immortal Blessed Land. From now on, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of dark fire snake galls and sell them in jewel yellow skies, which could be considered a small income. Although Fang Yuan was in the guts Gu business, he quickly estimated the profits from selling the eerie fire snake gall and was slightly moved. Action was better than action. Fang Yuan acted swiftly, immediately sending out a strength path giant hand to grab it. He still couldn't control his strength. Many eerie fire dragon pythons were crushed to death by the strength path giant hands. After all, the variation of this move was based on the characteristics of great power and heavy power. It was rather lacking in the area of fine control. He grabbed dozens of handfuls. There were still many eerie fire dragon pythons in the pool. He gradually became impatient. He lacked an effective method to collect them, so he could only act rashly. But now, time was limited. Fang Yuan grabbed a few more handfuls and gathered 10,000 before he stopped and quickly left this fire pool. After that, he plundered resources along the way and saw many mortal Gu masters from time to time. Some of these Gu masters were in the areas between the pools. They fled in panic. Some were concealing themselves, hiding under the ground, in the mountain rocks and so on. After Fang Yuan flew away with an overwhelming aura, they managed to keep their lives from their despair. Some hidden Gu masters thought they had escaped, but they were already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that Fang Yuan did not purposely attack them. Earlier, when Pai Shuihan and the rest broke into the Blessed Land and fought with the first wave of desolate beasts, it had caused a huge commotion. It had already alerted Dongfang tribe in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, most mortals would never have a chance to interact with Gu immortals in their entire lives. With such a huge population, Gu immortals were extremely rare. They were just a small portion of a small portion. At the same time, Gu immortals also faced the pressure of survival. They were busy all day and did not have the time to roam freely. To most people, Gu immortals were just legends, they did not exist. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were the core of Dongfang tribe. They knew many secrets. Thus, they understood the gap between immortals and mortals. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not want to put up any pointless resistance. They scattered and escaped while contacting Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Needless to say, this was a wise move. Demonic Path Gu immortals like Fang Yuan cared more about benefits. They could not be bothered to deal with these mortals. Thus, many of Dongfang tribe's mortals were more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They managed to escape the massacre and survived. Fang Yuan flew past many pools. As time passed, he became more anxious. He started to choose to give up on some common resources. He could purchase these resources, they were not rare. At the same time, Fang Yuan kept his guard up. According to Dongfang Naganori's astute nature, it was impossible that he did not make arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he flew further away, Fang Yuan suddenly found a deep pool with no water. These pools had already dried up. There were many of them, about 50 to 60, they were not far from each other, they were spread over a radius of tens of li. Fang Yuan's mind moved, his body turned in the air and rapidly approached. I found this pool first, the regretful spiders inside should be mine. Aren't you too greedy? You have already collected so many regretful spiders. This regretful spider's breeding ground is so vast, you actually want to keep it all to yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he saw two demonic path Gu immortals standing at the edge of a pool. They were arguing over who would belong to them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Seeing Fang Yuan fly over, these two demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They quickly stopped arguing and stood side by side. Senior, my apologies, the regretful spiders here were discovered by us two brothers. According to the rules. One of them immediately spoke, his face full of vigilance and nervousness. I heard rumors that there is a pool in the northwest direction. There are large numbers of air bubble fish inside. Several Gu immortals are fighting over them. The other tried to divert the trouble. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his expression extremely fierce. You too want me to leave like this? The moment he said that, two strength path giant hands flew out. They floated to the left and right of Fang Yuan. They looked like they were ready to attack. The two demonic path Gu immortals saw this and their expressions turned ashen. At the same time, they were inwardly complaining incessantly. They had personally witnessed Fang Yuan's ferocity not long ago. Even Pai Shuihan was suppressed. They were only at the bottom of rank 6, facing such a powerful Fang Yuan. Once a conflict occurred, the consequences would be dire. But the scale of the resources behind them was too huge. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. One of the demonic path Gu immortals braced himself and said, Senior, we were the first to discover this resource. This is an indisputable fact. When you and Lord Pai Shuihan set the rules, we were there. My demonic path has always been unbridled. Why would we care about rules? We care about rules in everything. Why don't you join the righteous path? Moreover, who do you think you are? Only Pai Shuihan has the qualifications to talk about rules with me. Fang Yuan's aura was fierce. The two strength path giant hands slowly moved forward, showing off their might. The two demonic path Gu immortals were directly lectured by Fang Yuan. They did not dare to make a sound, but they were reluctant to leave. The other demonic path Gu immortal seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly said, Senior, these regretful spiders are very useful to me. I have been searching for them bitterly. Why don't I use an equivalent piece of information to exchange for it? What information? Fang Yuan slowly stopped his strength path giant hands. This information is related to Minuscule Mountain. The demonic path Gu immortal who spoke just now spoke bluntly. Minuscule Mountain? Ha! Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, threatening again. All right, I will exchange with you. I hope your information is true, otherwise. True, it is definitely true. Junior came from that direction. With Junior's cultivation level, I could not break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it was simply left for you. Saying so, this demonic path Gu immortal transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan, telling him the details of the information. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted into a slit after hearing it. He said slowly, "All right, I will listen to this information for now. Whether it is true or not, I still need to verify it. You want to give me all the regretful spiders you just obtained?" Senior The demonic path Gu Immortal stared with wide eyes, his face turning red from anger. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, saying as if it was a matter of course, "How do I know if your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are my guarantee. Don't worry, I only want these, the rest is yours." Senior, you want 20% of the total regretful spiders here with just one sentence. The demonic path Gu Immortal gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger, but he did not dare to make a move. The other demonic path Gu Immortal stood at the side, laughing inwardly. If Fang Yuan wanted the regretful spiders in the deep pool, he would definitely cooperate with the extorted demonic path Gu Immortal to resist Fang Yuan. But now, Fang Yuan wanted the portion that was already in his pocket. This was different. The regretful spiders in the Immortal aperture were basically like meat that was eaten. It was hard to spit them out. They belonged to the Gu Immortal. The indifferent demonic path Gu Immortal saw that Fang Yuan did not harm his own benefits, and saw the Gu Immortal's situation beside him. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal saw that the person beside him did not move. His heart felt like it had sunk into an icy river. It was cold. Spitting out the meat that was eaten, this was such a painful thing. "Alright, quickly take it out. I still need to hurry, time is pressing." Fang Yuan impatiently urged. "Senior, if you go back on your word, then wouldn't I?" The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal bit his lips, squeezing out the words. "What? You actually think I am such a shameless person? I am so old, do I still need to deceive you two juniors?" Fang Yuan replied in displeasure. At the same time, two strength path giant hands flew out. Chapter 806. A total of 4 strength path giant hands floated in the air. Female sign the 2 demonic path Gu Immortals could not help but take a step back. The mental pressure that Fang Yuan gave them was too great. The situation was weaker than the person. What could they do? The demonic path Gu Immortal's expression fluctuated, but he still admitted defeat and handed over the regretful spiders to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan took them, he immediately flew away, not continuing the fight. The 2 demonic path Gu Immortals let out a sigh of relief. The one who was extorted had a look of hatred on his face. He stared at Fang Yuan's departing figure and cursed, "This old demon, I look forward to seeing you die there." "Hush, hush, how can you be sure he has no listening methods? Be careful, he might come back to find trouble with us." The other demonic path Gu Immortal quickly waved his hand and advised. The 2 glanced at each other, stunned, but quickly reacted and flew away, pulling apart some distance. At the next moment, the 2 competed intensely, attacking the deep pool without saying a word, using all their strength to plunder the regretful spiders inside. Minuscule mountain, Crimson Sea. Fang Yuan flew straight, rapidly approaching the location mentioned in the information. He had not planned to plunder the regretful spiders, because he lacked an effective method to capture them. The regretful spiders had little value to him. He had already given up on the plan. To think that after extortion, not only did he save time, he immediately obtained a large batch of regretful spiders, he even obtained an important piece of information. Fang Yuan guessed in private, feeling that this information was quite reliable. Miniman were a type of variant humans. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of Minimans. Their foundation. This was recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. Minimans had thin transparent wings on their backs. Usually only the size of a finger, they lived by plucking nectar or sucking the juices of plants. Every type of variant human. They all had special abilities that made them stronger than humans. For example, hairy men were naturally skilled at Gu refinement. Rockmen lived underground and were skilled at mining. Rockmen even had all kinds of ores growing on their bodies. Snowmen were resistant to the cold. Ink men were knowledgeable. Minimans were skilled at cultivating plants. Where they lived, the vegetation would be lush and the flowers would bloom all year round. The 4 seasons never wither. More importantly, although Fangzuan Mountain is small, it is a genuine mountain. It requires a large amount of earthen qi to stabilize the mountain. Such a legendary mountain was a huge burden in the Immortal aperture. Gu Immortals cannot carry it with them all the time. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not owned by a Gu Immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Gu Immortal's Immortal aperture was inside the body. The amount of heaven and earth qi inside was limited. If minuscule mountain was stored in such an Immortal aperture for a long time, it would be destroyed. It would absorb a large amount of earth qi to maintain the legendary mountain, causing the Immortal aperture's heaven and earth qi to become unbalanced. Thus, Mount Innerheart spent most of its time. They all landed in Jade Pool Blessed Land. But because Jade Pool Blessed Land was planted on the ground all year round, it was constantly absorbing the endless heaven and earth qi of northern plains. He didn't fear the burden of Mount Innerheart at all. It was the same for Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain needed to absorb earth energy. Otherwise, the mountain would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was planted on Tianti Mountain. It was constantly absorbing the qi of heaven and earth. It was not afraid of Dang Hun Mountain's expenditure. If it was placed inside Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's Immortal aperture, moving around for a long time, even rank 8 Gu Immortals would not be able to endure it. They would need to plant their Immortal aperture in the outside world and absorb the qi of the outside world to stabilize the Immortal aperture's small world. Beside a seemingly ordinary deep pool. It's Fang Yuan? Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had concealed themselves. They sensed Fang Yuan's appearance. The two first conversed secretly, looking for Thatched Hut. In the end, Thatched Hut was no longer at its original location, but the two had a huge harvest. In that deep pool, they found a group of underworld eels. Next, they searched everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. After coming here, they were obstructed. They were in a dilemma. While they were discussing, Fang Yuan appeared in their alert range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope. She said to He Lulan, Fang Yuan's investigative methods are not strong. Our concealment is an immortal killer move. If we do not show ourselves, he will not be able to sense us. Maybe he is just passing by. He Lulan had suffered at Fang Yuan's hands. She frowned and had a bad premonition. Sigh, I cannot underestimate Fang Yuan. Sure enough, at the next moment, Fang Yuan slowly descended from the sky, quickly approaching them. His target was this deep pool. Fairy Li Shan's illusion was shattered. Her expression sank. Fang Yuan arrived at the place mentioned in the information. This deep pool in front of him was very ordinary. It was not eye-catching. But Fang Yuan was still looking forward to it. According to the words of that demonic path Gu Immortal, this was an illusion realm. There was an illusion realm peach tree inside. It was similar to a desolate beast. It had the ability to create illusions and protect the tree. Only Gu Immortals who entered would be able to discover it. Fang Yuan activated his defenses and was about to enter, when two figures appeared not far away. Fang Yuan, wait. Fairy Li Shan immediately transmitted. He Lulan was silent, standing at the side. It's you too. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He had a faint smile on his face. His tone was filled with mockery. As an ally, they actually had such an important clue but did not tell him. They were clearly trying to take all the benefits for themselves. But in the end he met them unintentionally. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She did not feel embarrassed. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying about how to attack this place. Fairy Li Shan was an experienced Gu Immortal. She had thick skin. She continued. That's right. This place was named Cultivating Sea by Dongfang tribe. It is a forbidden area in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The main area was an illusion realm peach forest. There were many peach trees. The illusion realm was deep. Under the trees was a sea of flowers. There were large patches of grass on the ground, like a boundless green carpet. In the deep sea of flowers, there were beautiful purples and reds. The flowers were fragrant. Tens of thousands of purple poison heart-rotting flowers were about to bloom. Oh! Fang Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He only said there were illusion realm peach trees. but did not mention the quantity. As for the grass on the ground and purple poison heart-rotting flowers, they were not even mentioned. Grass on the ground was very ordinary, but there were so many of them. There was definitely grass on the ground goo. This wood path goo only had one effect. It could make living beings fall asleep instantly. Purple poison heart-rotting flowers would often produce a kind of heart-rotting goo. This goo was colorless and formless. It was a trace of fragrance that could intoxicate people, but it could corrode their hearts. But these were just inconveniences to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not cultivate poison path, and did not have any defensive methods in his strength path cultivation, but he had an immortal zombie body. He was very resistant to poison. In his body, there was also a poison path immortal goo, woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw that although Fang Yuan was listening attentively, his expression was indifferent, so she said, "There are many of them, but to us goo immortals, they are only slightly troublesome. But the truth is, in the illusion realm peach forest, there is a peach wolf group. There are close to 30 of them. And this captivating sea is actually a goo formation. At the deepest part is minuscule mountain. There are goo immortals guarding minuscule mountain. Their auras are uncertain, their numbers are unknown." Fang Yuan was moved. Peach wolf was a desolate beast. It had rank 6 goo immortal battle strength. A group of peach wolves. It was like a group of goo immortals. Minuscule mountain was the base of the mini-man. The goo immortals on the mountain were mini-man goo immortals, no matter how many there were. Just one was a problem. Desolate beasts had low intelligence, but variant human goo immortals did not lose to human goo immortals, whether they had intelligence or not. Their threat was on a completely different level. Fang Yuan realized. No wonder the two girls were hiding outside. He sized up the two in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze was shrewd and sharp. He immediately found that even though Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had been dealt with, he could still see some traces of intense battle. Fairy Li Shan is a wood path goo immortal. Needless to say, minuscule mountain and the Miniman tribe are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like captivating sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength far exceeds her normal state. They charged into the depths of the flower sea, but were still forced back. Captivating sea's defense is tight. It far exceeds my most optimistic estimate. Fang Yuan did not change his expression. Lightning flashed in his shrewd mind. He could see through the surface and think of many truths. Fang Yuan, if you act alone, you will not have much effect. Earlier, we took advantage of their carelessness to find a gap in the Peach Wolf group and sneak in. Now that minuscule mountain has been alerted, the defenses inside are definitely tight. Only if we work together can we take down this fat piece of meat. He Lulan urged. Fairy Li Shan also added, Fang Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal goo pulling mountain. We can cooperate. I am determined to obtain minuscule mountain. Don't worry, with my foundation, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Fang Yuan did not agree immediately. He lowered his head and fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, he shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. Under this fat piece of meat is the hardest bone. Minuscule mountain is good, but time is limited. I do not want to fight to the death here. I urge you too to dispel any unrealistic thoughts. There are so many resources outside, it is easy to take them. Why take the risk? What? Fang Yuan, you actually want to back out? Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt disbelief. He Lulan frowned, persuading, Fang Yuan, since we found minuscule mountain, it means that this object is fated with us. If you miss such a good opportunity, you will regret it in the future. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. This place is heavily defended, and most importantly, there are goo immortals guarding it as well as a group of wolves. To break into this place, even if we have all the demonic path goo immortals, it will take a long time. Will Dongfang Naganori give us that time? Even if Dongfang Naganori is held back, what about the other demonic path goo immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, saying, Fang Yuan, I admit that you are right, but this is minuscule mountain. Its value is probably higher than even the entire Jade Pool blessed land. Ha, Fairy, no need to persuade me anymore. Goodbye. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He quickly turned around and tore through the sky, flying away like a bolt of lightning. It was so clean and efficient. The two female immortals were left behind. They did not dare to believe it. They were even hesitant. Is this Fang Yuan trying to trick us so that he can take advantage of the chaos? Not likely. We have signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Even if he does not speak, what he says should be the truth. Chapter 807. Plop. The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, his face was covered, he stood proudly in the sky. There were 6 strength path giant hands around him, revolving around him. The desolate beast dragonfish roared. After entering the water, it did not dare to fight Fang Yuan. It swam deeper into the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the water? Immortal goo pulling water. Fang Yuan's body shook. He stretched out his hands, aiming at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake, grabbing at the air. A formless force pulled the pool water up. It was like grabbing a thick silk cloth. The thick water current carried countless ordinary dragonfish, quickly entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan bid farewell to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the largest one he had ever seen. It was as big as a lake. Dongfang tribe specially created it. They raised over 900,000 dragonfish, and even gave birth to a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was excited. He started to plunder it. The desolate beast dragonfish fought, but was easily defeated by Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands. Even though the dragonfish was a dragon, it was very mediocre. This desolate beast dragonfish was rank 6, but it did not have immortal goo. It was at the bottom of the desolate beasts. But the flesh of the dragonfish was the most widely used food. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat it, it could also be used as supplementary food to feed goo worms. In the jewel yellow skies, goo immortals were always doing the dragonfish meat business. The volume of each transaction was huge. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish. Even Dongfang tribe would need 100 years of accumulation. But now it is mine. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated pulling water immortal goo without stopping for a moment. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal goo, otherwise, he would not have a good way to obtain such a huge amount of resources. Bam bam bam. Far away, the sounds of goo immortals fighting could be heard. As Fang Yuan collected the arowana, he turned his head and looked around. His gaze was a little deep. He thought to himself, looks like He Lulan is attacking Cultivating Sea. He did not regret his decision to give up on Mount Innerheart. In this world, things were always easier said than done. Everyone understood the general principles, but when it came to actually doing it, how many people could achieve it? Therefore, in the face of great profits, it was very difficult to make a choice. Especially Fangzuan Mountain, it was extremely valuable to Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan's vital immortal goo was Mountain Pledge Goo. It was an information path goo immortal. But looking at their battle, they mostly used wood path methods. It was evident that he cultivated wood path. His immortal aperture's management was likely mostly flowers and grasses. The records in The Legends of Rinzhu increased the attractiveness of Minuscule Mountain. But to take away Fangzuan Mountain? How could it be so easy? It was simply too difficult, and the hope was very slim. That demonic path goo immortal told this information to Fang Yuan so easily. Then he would be able to tell others more easily. Maybe there were already goo immortals who knew about it. Attacking the forbidden area of Cultivating Sea would cause a huge commotion. The commotion would definitely be huge. How could it be hidden from Pai Shui Han and the others? There was strength in numbers. But demonic path goo immortals had their own way of doing things. Fang Yuan was very clear about their personalities. Not long ago in the Battle of Taiqiu, if not for the internal conflict between the demonic path goo immortals, how could Dongfang Naganori succeed in possession so easily? It was basically impossible to take over Minuscule Mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not know that the possibility was very small? But the benefits were too great. so great that the Gu Immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was only a trace of hope, they would grab it with all their might. A dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. A huge dragonfish pounced out of the water. Its eyes were red as it attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this, for Strength Path giant hands slammed down. His method of extracting the pool water was very efficient. It did not take long for the pool water to be emptied. In other words, the dragonfish was already a desperate beast. If it did not retaliate now, it would be too late. But against the rank 7 battle strength Fang Yuan, the dragonfish's desperate counterattack quickly caused it to suffer heavy losses. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was grabbed by Fang Yuan's Strength Path giant hands into his immortal aperture. After a while, this huge pool was basically dried up. All the dragonfish inside were collected by Fang Yuan. In order to collect this group of dragonfish, he had spent 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he had obtained oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon pythons, some common resources, and a group of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this dragonfish group that he had just obtained had already jumped to first place, leaving the desolate beast shark fin wolf at second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There were close to 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he nurtured them carefully, they would be a source of endless profits. The intense battle over at He Lolan's side was still coming from afar, but Fang Yuan did not even look back. He flew even further away. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and looked at the dense forest beneath his feet with pleasant surprise. The forest covered an area of several hundred li. At the center of the forest was a small pool the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this small pond. Or more accurately speaking, this small pool was rearing a group of strange fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are the opposite of each other. They are known as the twin literature and martial carps. To think that Dong Fang tribe has more than 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly dove down. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were rare in number. They were rarely seen even in Eastern Sea. Literature carps usually stayed still in the water, moving along with the waves. Once they moved their tails and swam leisurely, their entire body would turn into literature chi. Even Gu Immortals could not catch them without specific methods. They could only watch and sigh. Fang Yuan's arrival gave the literature carps a fright. They immediately turned into literature chi that spread in the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control water. The literature carps could not swim out of the pool. They were like turtles in a jar to him. But right when he was about to make a move, a demonic path Gu Immortal appeared and flew up. "Senior, please stop. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu Immortal was thin and had a smile on his face. He was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but he was fearless against Fang Yuan. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Qian." The demonic path Gu Immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening, "Junior Zhou Qian, you are quite daring. You actually dare to obstruct me. With your cultivation level, you do not have the qualifications to talk about rules with me." The demonic path Gu Immortal Zhou Qian laughed. "Of course not. Junior can't defeat Senior, but Junior has some attainments in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even Free Scholar, Hei Cheng, and female immortal Lu Yao cannot catch up to me. Since Senior wants the literature carps, why don't we make a deal? Otherwise, although I can't defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool of water in an instant." Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes shined with a fierce light as he sized up Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was calm. He had trump cards. He had confidence. This was the advantage of Gu Immortals who specialized in movement. They were usually undefeatable. They could deal with opponents with high cultivation level and battle strength. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad self-killer move, he was weaker in terms of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and True Solid Bat Wings, it was not an immortal killer move. He was still inferior to Zhou Qian. "Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I hope you will stay here, don't fall into my hands in the future. Fang Yuan said ruthlessly as he turned around and left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile vanished. He said in a different tone, Senior, why are you like this? Junior only wants to make a deal. Junior does not have many requests. Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping's words. He moved like lightning, leaving quickly. Zhou Ping frowned, feeling a little dejected. He had offended a mysterious and powerful Gu Immortal for no reason. He did not feel good about it. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's words hit Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here and guard the literature carps forever. Damn it, I do not have any methods to take these literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the pool and stomped his feet, feeling very depressed. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping, flying rapidly. After flying for close to 1,000 li, he stopped again, looking at the pool below him with a joyful expression. This pool was neither big nor small. There were fish groups inside. These fish were similar to goldfish. They had round bellies and small pointy ends. But they did not have the colorful colors of goldfish. They were mostly milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish. Their tails and fins were small and exquisite. When they swam, they did not move left or right. They only floated up and down, like balloons in the water. Fang Yuan had raised this fish before. It was called air bubble fish. But for a period of time, Fang Yuan had a hard time. He was short of funds. He had no choice but to sell the air bubble fish group that he had raised for a period of time in exchange for funds. Air bubble fish could devour ordinary worms. A portion would be digested, while the rest would be stored in their bodies as food. These worms would be nourished in the fish's belly. They would have a high chance of breaking through and becoming goo worms. Thus, air bubble fish had the ability to increase the number of worms producing goo worms. During the 5 Regions War, they became goods that all Gu Immortals chased after. This air bubble fish group is not small. In terms of the market price of jewel yellow skies, it is already half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan looked around. There were no demonic path Gu Immortals like Zhou Ping. He immediately activated pulling water immortal Gu and took away this group of air bubble fish along with the pool water. This group of air bubble fish became Fang Yuan's 3rd most valuable gain. A bunch of thieves! You dare to rob my Dongfang tribe in broad daylight. At this time, Dongfang Naganori's furious shout spread throughout the whole of Jade Pool blessed land. Free Scholar's shout also resounded, Old Dongfang scoundrel, leave your pathetic life behind. Chapter 808. As it turned out, in Taichio battlefield, after Fang Yuan and the rest left, Dongfang Naganori gradually suppressed his internal threat. The battle situation improved. He was astute. Not long after Fang Yuan left, he immediately realized the situation. He immediately guessed that these 3 mysterious black-robed Gu Immortals were likely to attack his base. However, he had made arrangements in Jade Pool blessed land. He was not worried. He was happy to see these demonic path Gu Immortals split up. He could deal with Free Scholar with ease. But soon, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dongfang tribe's #1 treasure. It was set up by Dongfang Naganori with great care. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals could last for some time. How could he have lost contact with him without a sound? Dongfang Naganori immediately changed his strategy. He gave up on Taichio battlefield and rushed back to his base. Free Scholar saw that Dongfang Naganori was escaping. He chased after him. Dongfang Naganori did not tell Kanyang Laojun about the final crucial step. The latter followed Dongfang Naganori, fighting as he moved. The two flew while fighting in the sky. The battlefield moved rapidly. After wasting a lot of time, they finally arrived at Jade Pool blessed land. Thatched Hut was nowhere to be seen. Jade Pool blessed land was also destroyed. There was a huge hole in it. Seeing that the demonic path Gu Immortals were plundering resources without restraint, Dongfang Naganori was furious. He saw that enslavement path Gu Immortal Chieshermin was using a unique method to capture Dongfang tribe's Gu masters. Dongfang Naganori was so angry that countless star thoughts emerged from his head, causing his hair to fall off. He was truly seething with anger. Demonic path scoundrel, This is unforgivable. Unforgivable. Dong Fangchang Fan pointed with his finger, disregarding the huge expenditure of immortal essence. He activated his trump card killer move, Tataru. He Lulan and the rest were still attacking Captivating Sea when they saw countless flying stars raining down. It was as if snowflakes were fluttering in the wind and the stars were dazzling. Such a beautiful scene caused everyone to be extremely vigilant, and they hurriedly stopped what they were doing and changed their attacks. They flew up into the sky and charged towards Dongfang Naganori. The current situation was very different from Taichio. On the battlefield of Taichio, a group of demonic path Gu immortals fought intensely and competed with each other for a wisdom path inheritance. However, Dongfang Naganori's possession had left this wisdom path inheritance in his mind. There was little hope of successfully seizing the inheritance. But now, in the vast Jade Dan blessed land, countless resources were open for anyone to take. As long as he killed Dongfang Naganori, he would be able to reap the benefits. Thus, the demonic path Gu immortals swept away the restraints of their internal strife and attacked together with high spirits. There was a feeling of unity. The demonic path Gu immortals attacked together. Dongfang Naganori's expression turned ugly as he felt immense pressure. Blocking left and right, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Kill him. The whole of Jade Dan blessed land will be ours. Half Moon Brute Master shouted. Besides this Jade Dan blessed land, there is also that old scoundrel Dongfang's wisdom path inheritance. That is the #1 wisdom path inheritance in Northern Plains. Peacock flying immortal Hirua's eyes shined brightly. I can even give up on the wisdom path inheritance. I only want his possession method. Pai Shuehan had a cold expression. His hands did not stop moving. His attacks were like an avalanche. Dongfang Naganori retreated rapidly, but with Kanyang Laojuan's help, he stabilized his footing. Being suppressed like this, the anger in his heart had accumulated to the limit. Obtaining a chance to breathe, he raised his head and laughed in anger. I will make all of you die here. The moment he said that, the whole of Jade Dan blessed land shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook. The demonic path Gu immortals were shocked to find that their mortal killer moves had all lost their effect. Dongfang Naganori had been the supreme grand elder of the Dongfang tribe for many years and had a lot of authority over the Jade Pool blessed land. Although Jade Pool blessed land was a public blessed land and he could not control everything, the authority he had was enough to make Jade Pool blessed land reject these demonic path Gu immortals. Jade Pool blessed land was the headquarters of the Dongfang tribe. Since Dongfang Naganori was fighting here, he naturally had the geographical advantage. Previously, it was only because the owner wasn't home that the robbers came. The demonic path Gu immortals' attacks immediately weakened. Dongfang Naganori did not follow up with another attack, instead flying down through a gap. He directly swooped down to the forbidden land of Capricorn Sea and broke the illusion. The sea of flowers and peach forest were in a mess, and the peach wolf pack had been killed to the point where only 2 or 3 were left. There were a few wolf corpses that had not been collected in time and had fallen under the peach trees. It was a tragic sight. Dongfang Naganori's heart ached when he saw this. This was the accumulation of so many years of hard work. He endured the pain as he shouted, Brother Fang, I have protected your tribe for hundreds of years. We made an agreement to watch out for each other. There has never been a day where I was bullied. But now is the moment of life and death for my tribe. I need your help. Dongfang Naganori's voice reverberated in the air. After a few breaths of time, a sharp voice also resounded in the air, replying, That is how it should be. Saying so, everyone saw a jade green light shoot up from the sea of Capricorn flowers, landing in Dongfang Yuliang's hand. The jade green light dissipated and a miniature mountain appeared. It was Minuscule Mountain. This is Minuscule Mountain. The demon's gazes shined brightly. Pai Shuehan, He Lulan, and the rest, however, had solemn expressions. Hearing the conversation between Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Gu Immortal, Minuscule Mountain did not belong to Dongfang tribe, but the Miniman tribe and Dongfang tribe had an agreement and became allies. To be able to become allies with a super force like Dongfang tribe, the Miniman tribe naturally had the corresponding foundation and strength. With minuscule mountain in hand, Dongfang Naganori laughed heartily as he looked at the demonic cultivators with a sharp gaze. He did not hesitate, the anger in his heart urged him to take revenge. Today is the day you die. Dongfang Naganori held minuscule mountain in one hand as he formed hand seals with the other, manipulating Hotaru as he charged towards the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight moved, creating a huge blue wave. His robe fluttered, he was like an immortal, his aura surged as the hearts of the demonic path immortals shook. Heavenly flowers dimmed. 1,000 disintegrations. Ice dragon lock. Strength path giant hand. Rank 7 battle strength experts attacked together, 4 immortal killer moves attacked Dongfang Naganori at the same time. Mortal killer moves could not be used, only immortal killer moves were effective. Final afterglow, Kenyang Laojun thought silently as he used them on himself and Dongfang Naganori. Next he waved his sleeves and threw out life-chasing fire. Life-chasing fire attacked Free Scholar who posed the greatest threat. The latter was forced to retreat, he was in a mess. Free Scholar shouted in anger, this had happened many times. Life-chasing fire forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to increase his rank. Dongfang Naganori had struggled on the border of life and death countless times, but he did not die. 1,000 disintegrations dissipated, but the remaining ice dragon, strength path giant hand, and heavenly flowers charged towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori raised minuscule mountain in his hand. The 3 killer moves of the demonic path Gu immortals became weaker the closer they got to minuscule mountain. In the end, the ice dragon turned into an ice snake, the strength path giant hand shrunk to less than 1% of its original size, the heavenly flowers dimmed not because of others, but because of themselves, their petals started to wither. Eventually, these attacks landed in front of Dongfang Naganori. He waved his sleeves and easily blocked them. Immortal killer move, turn big into small. Pai Shuihan's expression was grim, he exposed the enemy's method. It turned out that the Fang Miniman Gu Immortal on Minuscule Mountain was a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu, small. He led the Miniman tribe to ally with Dongfang tribe, to obtain space for his tribe to survive. Now that he made his move, he displayed an extraordinary technique that actually had the power to suppress the group of demons. The demons frowned. He Lulan felt regret. If she had known that Minuscule Mountain was so strong, she would not have fought to the death. The demons attacked Captivating Sea. Even though they destroyed the Peach Wolf group, it was not enough for Minuscule Mountain to use this killer move. The situation is quite troublesome. To solve this problem, it will depend on you, Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan turned around and said to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snorted coldly. At the crucial moment, who else can you rely on other than me? Pai Shuihan's eyelids twitched, but he did not retort. Free Scholar was also a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Resolve. He also had the Immortal Killer move, 1,000 Disintegrations. Against Rule Path, using Rule Path was the most effective method. Immediately, with Free Scholar at the lead, the demons fought intensely against Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Laojun, and the Miniman Gu Immortal. The demons attacked one after another, fighting for an opportunity for Free Scholar. Free Scholar grabbed the opportunity and used 1,000 disintegrations, targeting Minuscule Mountain. 1,000 disintegrations clashed, turning big into small. It was countered by the latter. Your Rule Path Immortal Gu is only rank 6. My small Gu is rank 7, how can it defeat me? The Miniman Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard from Minuscule Mountain. He was full of smugness. Free Scholar's expression was grim, but he could not retort. His foundation was too shallow compared to the Miniman tribe. The situation was disadvantageous to the demonic path. Dongfang Naganori had Minuscule Mountain. He also had Kenyang Laojuan's protection. He was undefeatable. As long as Hotaru used more killer moves, his battle strength would rise sharply. Eventually, his advantage would turn into victory. He would defeat the demons and return to Northern Plains Gu Immortal World with great momentum. The demons thought about it bitterly, but they could not think of a way to turn big into small. The only battle tactic left for them was to attack with brute force, using their advantage in numbers to expend immortal essence. But demonic path Gu immortals were lone wolves. They considered everything for themselves. They did not want to expend too much energy. It was not worth it. While they were in a stalemate, a demonic path Gu immortal, Zhou Qian, suddenly shouted, "Damn it, my literature carps were taken away." The demons looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, above a deep pool, Fang Yuan was sucking the pool water into his immortal aperture. At this moment, even He Lulan transmitted to Fang Yuan in anger, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were already having a hard time fighting, but now, they found that someone was secretly collecting resources while they were not paying attention. This was like they were in the same boat. Everyone was paddling with all their strength to move forward. But one of their companions was fishing at the stern of the boat. He even caught a fat fish, stuffing his own pockets. Floating astronomy. Chapter 809. You, how can you be so selfish? Free Scholar pointed at Fang Yuan, reprimanding. My literature carp group, my fish group. Zhou Qian shouted angrily. We are fighting a difficult battle here, but you are taking benefits from us? Taking advantage of us? Pai Shuihan's eyes shined with a dark light. His tone was cold. My literature carp group, give me back my fish group. Zhou Qian's voice was mixed with sobbing. The urgent matter now is to kill Dongfang Naganori. By then, wouldn't we have everything? Fairy Li Shan's tone carried a faint sense of criticism. Damn it, give me back my fish group, I want justice. Zhou Qian's eyes were red with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have destroyed it. He had wasted a lot of precious time to occupy this resource point, but it ended up in someone else's hands, as if he was just a housekeeper. All of you shut up. If you continue like this, I will beat you up. Fang Yuan was very fierce. His aura surged. There was no such thing as being unable to defend himself. You! Zhou Qian's eyes were wide open. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He had to show his fierceness. To prevent these demonic path Gu immortals from going overboard, he had to protect his own benefits. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. If they really fought, he had 2 mysterious companions. Forget about that rank 6 black-robed Gu immortal. The crucial thing is this rank 7. She might be Snowy Mountain's Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan had once signed an agreement with Dongfang tribe. She promised not to harm Dongfang tribe. But now, she is here. No wonder she has to hide her identity. Once they started fighting, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity had already been seen through by Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. Even though they saw through it, Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan did not dare to move. Because Fairy Li Shan belonged to Snowy Mountain, and Snowy Mountain had the rank 8 Gu immortal Old Ancestor Xuehu. Everyone knew that Old Ancestor Xuehu wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. But refining a rank 8 immortal Gu required a huge investment. Perhaps this time, Fairy Li Shan had come under orders to plunder the Dongfang clan's resources. It represented the will of a rank 8 expert. Fang Yuan of course knew what the Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan and the others were thinking. He borrowed the name of Fairy Li Shan to intimidate the demons and successfully monopolize the group of prose carps. Just as he was about to throw out a few more harsh words. While everyone's impression was deepening, Dongfang Chang fans suddenly lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang had a ferocious expression on his face as he glared at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire, but his tone had changed to Dongfang Yikong's. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "Scoundrel, you actually dared to take away my literature carp. I had only placed them here temporarily to raise them. You dare to rob me. Do you know how much I had to pay for these prose carp? I want you to die a horrible death." He shouted as he flew towards Fang Yuan. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori had been acting normally for a long time. The Immortals thought that he had gained complete control and succeeded in the possession. But to think that there would be such a thing. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He reacted quickly. and 6 giant strength path hands went up to meet the attack. At the same time, his body retreated explosively. He grasped the opportunity but was cautious. What if the other party was only acting and purposely exposed a flaw to set up a trap for him? The truth was, this was not a trap. Dongfang Naganori quickly regained control of his body. His expression was dark. He had actually lost control again. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He had made his own arrangements. These demonic path Gu immortals were far from his match. Even Kanyang Laojun could not escape being used as a chess piece. But the heavenly tribulation's strength was beyond his expectations. Earlier he had only forcefully suppressed the 8 Gu immortals' wills. He had not gotten rid of them completely. Now that the Pros Carp group was taken away by Fang Yuan, Dongfang Ikong's will was provoked by this strong external factor. It broke through the suppression and emerged. Forget about these 8 Gu immortals' wills. But with their support, the original will in this body had gradually accumulated and formed a scale. Even though Dongfang Yuliang's soul was destroyed, the remnant soul fragments were scattered in every corner of his body, forming his will. Thoughts, wills, and emotions had no difference in quality, they were only different in quantity. Dongfang Yuliang's will had already accumulated to about the same level as the other 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, this body was his to begin with. If his will flared up, the threat it posed would be several times higher than the other Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Dongfang Naganori let out a deep sigh. He raised Minuscule Mountain and used the Immortal Killer move Turn Big into Small to weaken the 6 Strength Path giant hands, before easily dispersing them. Fang Yuan shouted from afar, "What are you waiting for? The other party has already been separated, why don't you take this chance to kill him?" The other demonic path Gu immortals had rich battle experience. How could they not see the opportunity? Fang Yuan had just shouted when Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest had already made their move. Divine Lord Tian Du, Shi Ho, Lu Qingming Hiruo, and the rest surrounded and occupied the terrain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Dongfang Naganori. At this point, the demonic immortals had already formed a basic tacit understanding. They could cooperate in basic battle tactics. Even though it was just basic, the pressure it brought to Dongfang Naganori was huge. Kanyang Laojun was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Dongfang Naganori to lose control again. Originally, he and Dongfang Naganori were fighting side by side. They were close to each other and could help each other. But now, Dongfang Naganori charged out alone. He was surrounded by the demonic immortals while he himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Naganori, what happened to you? At the same time, Minuscule Mountain was shaking. The Miniman Gu immortal's questioning voice could be heard. The shocking turn of events just now had also frightened him. "It's fine," Dongfang Naganori replied while dealing with the attacks from both sides. "You are quite calm. Can't you see so many people attacking you?" The Miniman Gu immortal was going crazy. "Persevere." Kanyang Laojun was extremely anxious. He charged forward and wanted to regroup with Dongfang Naganori. "I will stop him." Fairy Lishan stood up and blocked Kanyang Laojun. Fairy Lishan had once made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. She was using a special method to suppress the backlash of the agreement. Even so, when she was fighting earlier, her attacks were all directed towards Kanyang Laojun. The battle suddenly became fierce. The demonic path wanted to take advantage of the enemy's mistake to eliminate Dongfang Naganori. As long as Dongfang Naganori died, Jade Pool Blessed Land would no longer be in control. The demonic path Gu immortal's battle strength would not be suppressed. Even if Kanyang Laojun and Minuscule Mountain remained, they would not be able to turn the situation around. Dongfang Naganori's side persevered. As long as they could regroup with Kanyang Laojun, they would still have the advantage. In such an intense battle, Fang Yuan was at the edge of the battlefield, plundering the resources in the deep pool. Fang Yuan's act of slacking made the demonic path Gu immortals extremely furious. They shouted and criticized him. Fang Yuan, however, spoke with conviction. "What do you know? This is a battle tactic. It is to trigger the Gu immortal wills that are suppressed in his body, to make that old scoundrel Dongfang make a mistake again. Isn't this battle situation because of me? Quickly cooperate, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick. When Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face was distorted with anger. Pai Shuihan was filled with anger. He felt that at this moment he was no longer an ice and water goo immortal, he was a fire path cultivator. But Fang Yuan's words were the truth. None of the demonic path goo immortals could refute him. Divine Lord Tiandu, however, voiced out everyone's thoughts. Why are you plundering the heart of a gentleman while we are fighting here? The Miniman Goo Immortal shouted from Minuscule Mountain. What do you mean by, measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick? This is discrimination against us Minimans, I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes moved as he said, actually, there is nothing wrong with this battle tactic, I will cooperate too. As he spoke, he withdrew himself from the battle and flew towards a deep pool below. Pai Shuihan shouted in anger, get back here. Free Scholar breathed roughly as he activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping cried out in pain, he suffered a heavy blow and almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed to continue. Victory and defeat were already hanging by a thread. If everyone tried to gain benefits, who would attack Dongfang Naganori? Free Scholar shouted coldly, this is the crucial moment. If anyone tries to escape for no reason, I will kill them regardless of the enemy ahead. He lost his composure in anger, he started to curse. Zhou Ping, why are you still not joining the battle? Do you want me to attack too? Pai Shuihan's voice was cold as he threatened. Zhou Ping lowered his head, his face was filled with anger and hatred, he gritted his teeth and could only return. Fang Yuan could not do anything to him, but that did not mean the other rank 7 Goo Immortals could not do anything to him. The other demonic path Goo Immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They rejoiced but were also furious. Why could Fang Yuan plunder resources, but they could not? With battle strength. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, even if Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar wanted to punish Fang Yuan, they did not have the strength to do so, it was not the time. But the other rank 6 Goo Immortals, do you dare to play tricks in front of me? Do you really think I, the great Goo Immortal, is so easy to fool? Which Goo Immortal who reached this level was not astute? But to fool others, one needed to have the ability to do so. But even Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. She snorted coldly at Fang Yuan, Number 7, come here, we will fight together. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, he chuckled and could not help but laugh. He had just schemed against someone else, but at the next moment he was schemed against by his ally. Although he had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, the alliance did not state who could order others around. But right now, he was putting on an act in front of everyone. In order to show that he was unfathomable, he had already put on an act several times to make the demons wary. Now was not the time to undermine him, he had to continue acting. On Fairy Li Shan's side, her situation was already very dire. She used Wood Path in battle, while Kanyang Laojun was a Fire Path Goo Immortal, be it his fighting style or methods, he countered Fairy Li Shan. Chapter 8-10. Fang Yuan helped, cooperating with Fairy Li Shan to block Kanyang Laojun. Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he was not afraid of the life-chasing fire, but even so, the strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture were rapidly burned by the fire. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan could not help but feel heartache. It turned out that his strength path giant hands did not expend much immortal essence. This was because the strength path giant hand was manifested through the combination of countless group strength goo and the strength of the strength path phantoms. Fundamentally speaking, each strength path giant hand was made from 100,000 strength path phantoms. The strength path phantoms had already been condensed by expending immortal essence, and were stored in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. But now, the life-chasing fire traced back to the source and directly burned the strength path phantoms. By now, the strength path phantoms that Fang Yuan had created were almost all used up. To regenerate them now, he would need to expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure will be too high, this won't do. Fairy, block him first, I have a plan. Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted after fighting for a while retreating. When Fairy Li Shan heard this, she had an urge to curse. Fighting until now, he was still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I have already stopped caring about expenditure. She did not even dare to think about immortal essence expenditure. When attacking Captivating Sea, to stall for time, she had activated her immortal killer moves repeatedly, and now she was fighting with Kanyang Laojun, her expenditure was even higher. Fang Yuan was still worried about immortal essence expenditure at this time? It was obvious that he was the one who gained the most. Seeing Fang Yuan retreating, the demons had different expressions. There was a commotion. Why did he fly down again? Free Scholar quickly asked Fairy Li Shan. He was now certain of Fairy Li Shan's true identity. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He directly went to find Fairy Li Shan. This was no doubt more effective. Fairy Li Shan was furious. While fighting intensely, she replied stiffly. He said that if the battle continues, his immortal essence expenditure will be too high. He has a plan that needs to be executed. Still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I don't even know how much I've lost. The demons were infuriated. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, while others had their nostrils flared. Panting heavily, the Free Scholar was so angry that his body was trembling. Speaking of which, even Fairy Li Shan and the others. There were also some gains. In the entire demonic Dao community, he, the Free Scholar, contributed the most, but received the least. They didn't manage to plunder any resources at all. Dongfang Naganori immediately felt the pressure on him increase dramatically, and he was surrounded by danger. The words of Fang Yuan. The demons were so angry that they subconsciously vented their anger on him. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori raised his mind mountain to block the attacks left and right. He suffered dozens of injuries on his body. He was in a sorry state and was surrounded by danger. What Fang Yuan had said before was not a lie. He headed straight for a deep pool. It turned out that the fierce battle between the two sides had unknowingly moved to another place. Fang Yuan discovered that there were many members of the Eastern clan hidden in the deep pool beneath his feet. This was a gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, I want you to watch your people die before your eyes. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed wildly. A strength path giant hand slammed down. How could Immortal's arrangement block an immortal killer move? The light shield that was propped up in an instant was stacked layer by layer, but under the heavy blow of the strength giant hand, it could not withstand for even a second at all and completely collapsed. The strength path giant palm slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground caved in. Many unlucky mortal Gu masters. In an instant, he was crushed into minced meat. The mortal Gu masters at the periphery were sent flying by an intense palm wind. They escaped in all directions, screaming for help. They had no will to fight. The strength path giant hand quickly rose into the air, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground. My people! My family! I want to protect them. When Dongfang Naganori saw this, he lost control again, and his voice became louder and louder. Dongfang Naganori cursed inwardly, but he could not stop it anymore. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will. The greatest internal threat. The demon's eyes shined brightly. They unleashed a wave of fierce attacks. Dongfang Yuliang ignored them. He charged downwards. His desire to save the people was extremely urgent. Damn it! Damn it! With the threat of death approaching, the Mini-Man Gu Immortal cursed, but due to the alliance agreement, he could only fly up Minuscule Mountain, floating above Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking the attacks for him. Minuscule Mountain shook intensely under the attacks of the demons. Countless small rocks flew everywhere. Dongfang Naganori, I am in deep trouble because of you. The Mini-Man Gu Immortal shouted in anger and indignation. Fang Yuan saw that this plan worked. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He purposely slowed down and chased after the remaining Dongfang tribesmen, luring Dongfang Yuliang to take the bait. But Dongfang Yuliang was suppressed halfway. Dongfang Naganori regained control. Dongfang Naganori suddenly realized that even though he was heavily injured, the surroundings were empty. There were only a few Gu Immortals chasing after him. There was a high chance that he could break out and regroup with Kanyang Laojun. Earlier, Dongfang Yuliang disregarded his life and death. He took the risk to charge out. Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price to bear the brunt of the attacks. Facing death and coming back to life, this was out of the expectations of all the demons, but it gave him an opportunity. You fools, I finally created a chance for you, but you actually let him escape? Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Free Scholar and the rest were anxious and furious. They did not have the mood to argue with Fang Yuan. They shouted angrily, "Chase him! Don't let him escape!" At once, the intense battle turned into a chase. Dongfang Naganori tried to escape. He tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, but the demons chased after him, vaguely surrounding him. On the other side, Kanyang Laojun tried to regroup with Dongfang Naganori, but was blocked by Fairy Lishan. At once, both sides were like headless flies, flying around in the air. The disorderly flying trajectories showed the solid foundation of the Gu Immortals in flying. These Gu Immortals were at least flying master level. Mortal Gu Masters did not have the time or energy to cultivate flying, but Gu Immortals had it. Flying was a very practical method. Gu Immortals would practice it a lot and have a deep understanding of it. Quick, kill some Dongfang Gu Masters. Make him make a mistake. Free Scholar shouted. Fang Yuan was already doing it. He used his Strength Path giant hands to grab groups of Dongfang Gu Masters, threatening them loudly before crushing them to death. His methods were cruel and ruthless. Dongfang Naganori had already lost control many times. But there were limited Dongfang Gu Masters. Dongfang Naganori barely survived. At this time, someone shouted, "Xie Shimin!" Xie Shimin captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier. He wants to sell them as slaves. Xie Shimin was furious. These were the resources that he had obtained through hard work. "Xie Shimin!" Free Scholar shouted as he chased. "Make the sacrifice. We will compensate you double after the battle." Pai Shuihan said in a dark tone. Xie Shimin wanted to refuse, but when he saw Pai Shuihan's bloodshot eyes, his heart shook. Okay. He took out many Dongfang Gu Masters from his immortal aperture and killed them in front of Dongfang Naganori. The remaining wills were furious. They showed up one after another. Forget about the other Dongfang Gu immortal wills. The key was Dongfang Yuliang's will. He was still immortal rank 5. He had a deeper connection with his tribesmen. Every time his will broke through the suppression, it would bring huge trouble to Dongfang Naganori, Minuscule Mountain, and Kanyang Laojun. Time passed quickly in the intense battle. Fairy Lishan could not stop Kanyang Laojun. They managed to regroup. But the demonic path Gu Immortals relied on Dongfang Naganori's repeated mistakes. They had accumulated a huge advantage. The battle was decided. Minuscule Mountain was filled with cracks from the explosions. Even while flying, rocks were still falling down. In order to take care of Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Laojun suffered countless attacks. He was covered in injuries. His beard was dyed red with blood. This battle was the most depressing battle he had ever fought in his life. During the battle, he asked Dongfang Naganori several times about the final possession method. But how could Dongfang Naganori dare to tell him now? Once he was told, Kanyang Laojun would run away. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Crane Gate. The possession technique was the biggest bargaining chip for their cooperation. "Retreat, we cannot stay here for long." Kanyang Laojun sighed, transmitting to Dongfang Naganori. "Where there is life, there is hope." The Miniman Gu Immortal was afraid that Dongfang Naganori would fight them head-on. He quickly added. Dongfang Naganori smiled bitterly. "Do you think I am someone who does not understand the situation? Let's retreat." He looked at Jade Pool-blessed land with reluctance. His heart was filled with hatred and anger, but he was also filled with determination. Momentary losses were nothing. A true hero was able to give up and retreat. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Another Dongfang tribe's gathering point, Dongfang Naganori. Watch carefully, I am going to kill them." "Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me like this." Dongfang Naganori was enraged. Myriad path-flying stars slammed down. Fang Yuan saw its power and smiled. He did not take it head-on, he immediately dodged. However, the myriad shooting stars didn't chase after him. Instead, after making a turn, It fell straight down and bombarded the Dongfang clan's gathering point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding were instantly killed, not a single one survived. For a moment, even the demonic path Gu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Naganori's ruthlessness. Rather than letting you threaten me, I might as well take the chance while I can still control my body and end it. Heroic souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Naganori, will definitely take revenge for you. I will return today's hatred to these demonic scoundrels 1,000 times over. Dongfang Naganori cried out in pain. Hearing his mournful cries, even the daring demonic path immortals could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. If this number 1 wisdom path person escapes and deals with me in the future. The demonic path immortals were filled with wariness, their eyes shone with ruthless light as their killing intent surged by several times. By now, both sides were almost at their wits' end. They had expended a lot of energy. It was only a competition of benefits, but both sides were in a frenzy of killing and could not stop. Deep hatred had already been established. They could not live under the same sky. Go! Dongfang Naganori suddenly flew up and opened Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance, flying out. Chapter 8:11. Hurry up and chase after him. The devils were unwilling to let him go, chasing after him relentlessly. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed, only a small portion of the Gu immortals chased after them, the rest had to change their route and fly out through that hole. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Naganori's figure, he was already far away. Everyone was like a meteor that tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound. Intense winds blew, everyone used their movement methods, but the sky was high and the ground was vast. There was no end to them. They gradually pulled apart from each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, but he had 6 wings and his speed rose from time to time. This was the power of Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. But even so, there was a gap between them and the others. They were gradually left behind, becoming the second group. In the first group, there was Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Laojun, Minuscule Mountain, Free Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Li Shan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. In the second group, there was Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Cheshire Min, and Divine Lord Tiandu. As for Half Moon Brute Master, Zhuozhan, Shi Ho, and the rest, they were already left far behind. There was no third group. After flying for several minutes, Kenyang Laojun let out a deep sigh. He transmitted to Dongfang Naganori solemnly, I will block Free Scholar and at least 2 others for you. Teach me the final method. Don't play any tricks, my patience is running out. You also know that we have Wisdom Path Gu immortals in our sect. With the information I obtained, we can deduce the final step. We just need to spend time, energy, and wealth. Dongfang Naganori was silent for a while. He did not dare to anger Kenyang Laojun, afraid that he would target him. He could only impart the possession method to him. Kenyang Laojun got what he wanted. He did not break his promise. He turned around and fought, blocking Free Scholar, Lu Qingming, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. The other demonic immortals went around the battlefield and chased after him. After chasing for a while longer, Zhou Ping finally landed. I can't accept this. I have 2 great movement immortal killer moves, but at the crucial moment, I don't have enough immortal essence. He roared, extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as the immortals left. After a while, Divine Monarch Tiandu looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed and said, Everyone, please continue to fight. I'm powerless. If he couldn't kill Dongfang Naganori, he would definitely be a problem. When Divine Lord Tiandu landed, he frowned. Brother Fang, I'm also at my wit's end. Thank you for risking your life to help me. Quickly leave, I will lure them away. After flying for a while, Dongfang Changfan transmitted to the Miniman Gu Immortal with an exhausted expression. The Miniman Gu Immortal was overjoyed but hesitated. You really want me to leave? But the alliance we signed hasn't been dissolved yet. However, Dongfang Naganori interrupted his words and directly threw out the mountain of mind and heart. Brother Fang, there's no need to say any more. Take care. Mountain of Mind and Heart. Fairy Li Shan immediately changed her direction and grabbed at Mountain of Mind and Heart. Mountain of Mind and Heart shuddered, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Naganori's tired expression disappeared. His speed rose by 30% as he continued to escape. The two separated. This made the demons behind him hesitate. Fairy Li Shan did not hesitate. She chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Compared to Dongfang Naganori, the mini-man Gu Immortal on Mountain of Mind and Heart was weaker, and Mountain of Mind and Heart was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she even transmitted to Fang Yuan and He Lulan, asking for help. After all, it was very difficult for one person to capture Mountain of Mind and Heart. It would be much easier if there were reinforcements. He Lulan did not hesitate. She immediately followed Fairy Li Shan. But Fang Yuan rejected her. He chased after Dongfang Naganori relentlessly. This way, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Cheshire Min chased after Dongfang Naganori, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Ignoring Fairy Li Shan, Dongfang Naganori successfully used Mountain of Mind and Heart to lure away the two enemies. His speed rose. He quickly pulled apart the distance between him and his pursuers. Pai Shuihan was anxious. He shouted at Cheshire Min, "Why are you still not getting the captives out?" Cheshire Min's movement killer move was a chariot. It was emitting the aura of an immortal Gu. He sat on the chariot with a grim expression. He had kept many Dongfang Gu master captives. His goal was to use them to kill Dongfang Naganori at the final stage. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to use them now. "Old scoundrel Dongfang, your clansmen are in my hands. Let's fight. You cannot escape," Cheshire Min said as he killed the Gu master in his hand, taking out another one. Dongfang Naganori snickered coldly. He continued to fly forward. Cheshire Min killed the 13th captive. He finally made Dongfang Naganori make a mistake. Fang Yuan and the rest managed to shorten the distance between them. But Dongfang Naganori suppressed his internal threat. He controlled his body and flew away again, pulling apart the distance. Both sides were in a deadlock. They shortened at times and pulled apart at others. Along the way, they met several Gu immortals. They were either demonic path or righteous path. Some obstructed them, some chased after them, while others retreated. They did not want to get involved in this mess. An hour later, only Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Cheshire Min were left. "If I don't die, I will definitely repay you." Dongfang Naganori had already pulled apart. He was about to escape as he laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest, however, had grim expressions. These three pursuers were only second in speed to begin with. Dongfang Naganori's speed had increased by several times. They could not catch up to him. And the longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it was for Dongfang Naganori. He gradually suppressed his internal threat. No matter how many Dongfang tribesmen Cheshire Min killed, Dongfang Naganori made fewer and fewer mistakes. "What do we do?" Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan, and Cheshire Min looked at each other. They saw the anxiety and anticipation in each other's eyes. "If you have any methods, use them now, otherwise, it will be too late," Cheshire Min said. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan shook their heads. These four were at the end of their rope. They had to use their immortal essence wisps wisely. If they had any methods, they would have used them long ago. Seeing that Dongfang Naganori was about to shake them off, the three pursuers could not help but reveal deep disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang roared angrily, his speed rapidly decreasing. Fang Yuan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Cheshire Min roared, "As expected, my insistence on slaughtering the captives is effective. Kill him, it won't be too late to search his soul." Fang Yuan and the rest closed in, but at this moment, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed, revealing a smile of success. "Not good, it's a trap." Fang Yuan quickly retreated, but it was already too late. A streak of starlight was extremely fast, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder, shooting into Cheshire Min's forehead on the war chariot behind him. Cheshire Min's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment his head exploded. The war chariot disintegrated and fell down powerlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pai Shuihan, they broke out in cold sweat. At this point, Dongfang Naganori still had such a shocking trump card. It was truly unfathomable. Chase me again, Xie Shimin will be your example. Dongfang Naganori laughed loudly, escaping again. He had lost control earlier. It was just an act. It was a trap. Xie Shimin was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weak body, but he chased relentlessly. He became numb and was killed in one hit. Chase? He's bluffing. Pai Shuihan stared blankly for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly. This attack, I'm afraid he is truly at his wit's end. Even though he said it confidently, Fang Yuan did not dare to believe it inwardly. If it were any other Gu immortal, it would be the same. But for an old scoundrel like Dongfang Naganori, he could not be sure. With Xie Shimin's death, there were no more captives to lure Dongfang Naganori. This was extremely bad news. If they stopped and looted Xie Shimin's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, there would not be enough time. Dongfang Naganori would be able to escape easily. The truth was, even though they continued to chase, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan did not have much hope. But soon, there was a change in the situation. Dongfang Naganori's speed actually slowed down. His speed was now 30% lower than before. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan saw hope. As expected, his speed increase earlier had a limit. Think about it, that was an immortal killer move. If he could use it continuously, why did he not use it earlier? Maybe he expended all of his immortal essence. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan conversed for a while. They decided to work together for now. They would not give Dongfang Naganori any chance to escape. The two of them were also worried that their internal strife would cause them to fail on the verge of success at the most crucial moment. But as they got closer to Dongfang Naganori, the latter's body flickered. A figure split out and turned into two Dongfang Naganori. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. Pai Shuihan shouted, "Oh no, I heard that Dongfang Naganori has a split shadow immortal Gu." To think it was true. The two figures had the same aura, they were exactly the same, they split up again. No matter how the two used investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. Without a choice, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan could only chase after them separately. But before Fang Yuan could chase for long, he saw that Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards the left. Fang Yuan was happy and worried. It seemed that he was chasing after the right person, but to think that this Dongfang scoundrel could split into another figure. Fang Yuan quickly took out the Dongfang Gu master captive from his immortal aperture, shouting again, "Dongfang Naganori, I am going to kill your tribesmen again." Fang Yuan had used his strength path giant hands to attack the gathering points, killing a large number of Dongfang tribesmen. During this process, he secretly hid many captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dongfang Naganori ignored him. Fang Yuan's hopes were dashed. He could not distinguish them, he could only grit his teeth and randomly choose the one on the left, continuing to chase after it. Along the way, after a while, Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards two different directions. Fang Yuan felt bad. What could he do if this continued? But his immortal essence was almost expended. The strength path giant hands flew slowly. Ordinary mortal killer moves could not even touch Dongfang Naganori's clothes. R1152. Chapter 8:12. Unable to destroy the fake figure, Fang Yuan could only make random guesses. He made a few more baseless choices. Top novel, 2+3 WX. Eventually, night fell. He could only watch as Dongfang Chang Fan, who was chasing after him, gradually faded into nothingness, before completely vanishing, revealing a lump of goo worms inside. Fang Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. There was actually no split shadow immortal goo. There were only some rank 5 goo worms, but they had the dense aura of an immortal goo. I lost him. It will depend on Pai Shuihan now, but there is not much hope. Dongfang Naganori might have escaped. Sai, as expected of a legendary character, the leader of a super force, he has so many trump cards. The urgent matter now is to return to Jade Pool-blessed land and plunder it for the last time. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, but was told that they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They asked Fang Yuan for help and a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. On one hand, Jade Pool-blessed land had abundant resources, but as time passed, it would be plundered by the other demonic path Gu immortals. On the other hand, there was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Night fell completely, cold air descended, the night sky was filled with dark clouds, the air was oppressive. After a while, strong winds blew, rain poured down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dongfang Naganori sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The body that he had just possessed had hundreds of injuries. Some were so severe that bones could be seen, his flesh and blood were exposed to the air. Dongfang Naganori's aura was weak. He frowned. I did not want to possess this body. To think that such a huge change would occur. As expected, I am going against heaven. I will suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, at the last moment, I abandoned Minuscule Mountain. I lured away a portion of the pursuers. He abandoned the immortal Gu Split Shadow and used a scheme to escape. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori's heart was filled with fear, relief, joy, heaviness, sorrow, and hatred. His emotions were very complicated. It was like a ball of silk threads. The injuries on my body are minor, not fatal. The most important thing now was to get rid of the internal threat in his body. Most of the immortal energy he had accumulated was used for possession. After that, I've been completely exhausted in the fierce battle. The battle of wills is my only choice to defeat these 9 wills. After making up his mind, Dongfang Naganori closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. In fact, the dire situation did not allow him any other choice. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He was like a long river that had dried up to the point where the bottom of the river could be seen. He was able to shake off his pursuers in this state. Escaping with his life was truly a close shave. At this moment, if he hesitated a little more and did not engage in the battle of wills, he would definitely die. His control over this body would be taken away again. On the contrary, it was better to take advantage of the fact that they still had their foundations and strength to spare. He turned all his remaining energy into an army of wills and started a great battle of wills. A battle of wills was extremely dangerous. It had nothing to do with cultivation level, only the will itself. But Dongfang Naganori had no more energy left, he could only do this. His will rose from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all the resources he had and formed a huge current. The huge current surged out of his sea of consciousness. Like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens, it poured down from the top of his head. Along with a surging aura, it charged towards the other wills in every corner of his body. Fight! Let's attack together. This old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of us. We need to work together. Only by working together will we have a chance of winning. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortal wills, as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will, rose up and attacked Dongfang Naganori's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together and fought. No matter which side it was, they could only advance. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure and die without a burial. Thus, from the start, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were evenly matched, but after a while, Dongfang Naganori's will fell into a disadvantage. When fighting the demons, Dongfang Naganori had only suppressed them forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome these wills were. But now that they fought, he realized that these wills were as tough as steel and as tough as diamonds. All of them had deep hatred towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori, you deceived us, you betrayed us. For your own selfish desires, you killed us to fulfill your own desires. Old schemer, we were wrong about you, we were just your pawns. You want us to die, don't think you will have a good time either. Let's die together, let's die together. It was you harmed us, you harmed the entire Dongfang tribe. Now, Jade Pool-blessed land will definitely be plundered by the demons, our thousands of years of effort will be gone. These wills shouted and wailed, converging into a tidal wave, counterattacking from every corner. Dongfang Naganori's will was defeated, and soon, it retreated into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was Dongfang Naganori's last base. Once it was breached by these wills, even if Dongfang Naganori's soul was intact, he would not be able to reverse the situation, it would be a complete defeat. So powerful, so powerful. These wills are mixed with the will to die, the monstrous hatred of betrayal, and most importantly, affected by the heavenly tribulation, there is a mysterious and indescribable strengthening change. At this moment, Dongfang Naganori felt the deep malice of heaven and earth. He had defied the heavens, reborn from death, and the terrifying backlash made his life hanging by a thread. If he took a step back, he would fall into the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Naganori did not panic in the face of danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous the situation, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. All his life, he had been going against the current. From his own cultivation to the rise of his clan, he had overcome so many difficulties, endured so much pressure, and defeated so many enemies. The enemy this time, even if it is this world, even if my body dies of old age, even if my soul withers, I cannot make my will submit. Dongfang Naganori understood. In a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined, and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once, his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now, they were pushing down, the defensive line went from his head to his neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Gu Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will, they were like 8 thick shields, protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills. Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body, his soul resided in the body and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body, it was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest, as long as the body did not die. The will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid. But they had no source, They could see the key to victory or defeat. They chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated, I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer, he was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now, he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way, then come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind, all of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirit surged, everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in The Legends of Renzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Renzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self-gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered, whose self-gu is that? That is Renzu's self-gu. That is Renzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy, he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe? Dirty and despicable person, everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted together. Enough. Without me, Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. How could you be where you are today? How could you be Dongfang tribe that has regained its glory? I guided you and taught you, that is why you are where you are now. I planted the tree, this is my grand achievement, but you are just hiding under the tree, eating the fruit of my achievement. These words were like rumbling thunder, dispersing the 9 wills that were tangled together. The Gu Immortals' wills seemed to have fallen into a huge wave, they could only go with the flow. The scenes of his life flashed in Dongfang Naganori's mind like a rewind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, he fought intensely with the group of demons, the scene of the perilous battle. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, he resisted stubbornly, wanting to possess them. At the moment of death, he harbored an unquenchable ambition. The sky in his vision gradually turned dark, deducing the location of Immortal Gu for the righteous path Gu Immortals, forming an alliance agreement. Chapter 8:13. Dongfang Naganori's memories continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity faded. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu Immortal bowed in the air. Thank you, First Supreme Elder, for your help. He stroked his beard. You advancing to Gu Immortal is what I wanted to see the most. My Dongfang tribe has grown stronger again. After the duel failed, the righteous path Gu Immortal sighed. Sigh, Dongfang tribe is unstoppable. Fighting 1 against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely be famous in Northern Plains from now on. What move is this? Starlight shone brightly around him. He stood proudly in the sky and smiled. This move is called Hataru. Oh? You killed my Crane Gate's disciple, but you still want to cooperate with my Crane Gate? In this world, there are only eternal benefits. There are no eternal enemies or friends. I have already sensed some of your central continent's arrangements in Northern Plains. My Dongfang tribe is being oppressed by the righteous path. How can I, a single Gu Immortal, make a comeback? My grand wish is to develop my tribe and revive our glory. You can feel my sincerity. He spoke calmly. You are just a poor Gu Immortal. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with my Crane Gate? I have a Gu Immortal lifespan extension method. It is called Possession. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal. What? Are you speaking the truth? 88-point Xinyang Tower, True Inheritance Secluded Domain. He spat out blood, escaping in a sorry state from the net of life and death formed by the True Inheritance meteors. But no matter how much effort he put in, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I can't force it, I can only choose you. When he was young. Spare me. That opponent who gave him a humiliating memory. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging. You shouldn't have done this. He shook his head, sighing. I was blind, I was too daring. Spare my life, young Master Dongfang. The opponent lay on the ground, begging bitterly. If your attitude is unyielding and you don't bat an eyelid in the face of death, I will definitely spare your dog life. But now. He suddenly exploded with a shout and ruthlessly attacked. His head flew up and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. He died with everlasting regret. He pulled himself away and said, I'm so disappointed. How could I have lost to someone like you? There was also that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what's your name? The old beggar smiled gently. His purple hair was messy like wormwood. Dongfang Naganori, he said. Chang Fan, this name doesn't really suit you. The purple-haired old beggar's eyes were deep and serene. It reflected his own shadow. He stared at himself for a moment and suddenly said, "You are a good child. I will pass the most important inheritance in my hands to you. I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure you'll carry it forward." The Dongfang clan, the Meng clan, and the Gong clan, the three super forces, joined forces for the grand martial arts competition. He knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The opponent laughed mockingly. "Ha! Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring glory to your family? Your Dongfang tribe. You are just an empty shell. Only an old Gu immortal who is about to die. In a few years, your Dongfang tribe will leave the ranks of the super forces of Northern Plains. This is also good. We are both of Giant Sun's bloodline. I really feel ashamed for you." "You." He stared angrily and struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, the opponent slowly walked in front of him and stepped on his head on the stage. "Ha, Dongfang Guangyao, according to our duel, you have to promise me one thing." Your name is too hateful. You are completely unworthy of it. I want you to change your name. For the rest of your life, you have to use this name. Let's call you Dongfang Naganori. He, this is more suitable for you." The opponent moved and mocked. He clenched his fists, his eyes were red and the anger in his body was about to burst his blood vessels. But he had the will but not the strength. "All right, from today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Naganori." He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. "Haha, be obedient. Everyone, did you hear that? From today onwards, you will be called Dongfang Naganori." The opponent let go of his head and left. He was sprawled on the stage, his injuries were severe and he could not move. But he was roaring in his heart, Even if I change my name to Dongfang Naganori, I want to become extraordinary, to dominate the world and control the people. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my, Dongfang Naganori's, great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were trapped together at this moment experienced Dongfang Naganori's entire life's experience. At this moment, they understood Dongfang Naganori. They also understood the sorrow and pain in the depths of his heart due to the death of his tribesmen and the destruction of Jade Pool-blessed land. This man, Dongfang Naganori, even if he is my enemy, I still have to praise him. Fine, losing to such a person is not an insult to me. The Dongfang tribe, perhaps in your hands, will rise again. Master, the 9 wills were defeated, surrendered, and dissipated. Even if there was resistance, they were immediately drowned by Dongfang Naganori's torrent of wills. My name is Dongfang Naganori, but I am not willing to be ordinary in this life. If a big tree falls, I can plant another one. Go ahead. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my, Dongfang Naganori's, great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The voice of this will was like the rumbling of thunder in the outside world. Under such a will, the 9 wills collapsed, no longer able to resist, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The battle of wills was thrilling, but in the end he won. Dongfang Naganori slowly opened his eyes flashing with a myriad of colors. His eyes opened wide. He found that at some point in time, a black-robed Gu Immortal was standing in front of him. A black-robed Gu Immortal was standing there. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find out? Dongfang Naganori quickly calmed down. He looked weak and tired, but he was calm and collected. It was as if he had some powerful trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled. I guessed. I chased after your clone, but I failed. I was about to leave. Suddenly, I had a thought. There was something fishy about you killing Cheshire Min earlier. After checking the traces, I found that you were not far away. digging an underground cave and hiding here. This was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Naganori shook his head. Your immortal killer move can create 30 clones, but it did not stall you for long. I purposely left Jie Shimin's corpse untouched and let go of his immortal goo. The traces were obvious, but you did not chase after them. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This underground cave's upper level is an ordinary pink flower rabbit nest, but it did not fool you. Your intelligence is far more terrifying than your strength. Strange, why did you not cultivate wisdom path, but strength path instead? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Heh, is this considered a dying man's words being kind? Dongfang Naganori shook his head again. He smiled. It is a pity, you were too late. If you were earlier, just a few breaths of time. I was in a battle of wills. It was extremely dangerous. I could not care about anything else. I could not resist at all. But now, Dongfang Naganori dragged out his words, but his expression showed intense confidence. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan saw this and praised him. He could not help but praise him. His tone was calm, there was no killing intent in it. As if he had met a good friend, his tone became warmer. Man proposes, God disposes. If this method fails, I will retreat immediately, I will avoid you in the future. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. It was a young girl. Her skin was smooth, her eyes were clear like autumn water, she wore a light yellow dress, she was graceful and gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path Giant Hand to capture the Dongfang tribesman, he accidentally found her and secretly stuffed her into his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed. In an instant, even this physical body reacted. The will that was about to dissipate in his body suddenly became extremely strong. It flew into the sky and instantly seized control. Sister! He shouted. But in just a breath of time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Naganori regained control. His eyes spewed fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with shock and anger. Fang Yuan laughed. He had a plan. Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands, watch carefully. Saying so, he stretched out his zombie claw and grabbed the girl's left shoulder, ripping it. Crack! Dongfang Qingyu's body shook. She was stunned before letting out a sharp scream of pain. Her entire left arm was torn off, blood was spewing out from the huge wound. Dongfang Naganori's pupils shrunk to pin size. He shouted, damn it! Before he finished speaking, he lost control again. It was Dongfang Yuliang's turn. Sister! I will kill you, you dared to injure her, you actually dared to injure her. Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely. He fell into madness, tears were flowing out of his eyes. Good girl, just like this? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, sending out a Strength Path Giant Hand. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang, but at this moment, a light pillar appeared from his body. The light pillar blocked the Strength Path Giant Hand. Dongfang Naganori shouted in fear and anger. A Grand Gu Immortal actually attacked a mortal? So despicable! Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. His monstrous claw landed. With a muffled sound, he directly pressed Dongfang Qingyu's head into her chest. Sister! Dongfang Yuliang screamed with all his might. He had suffered the most cruel blow in his life. Dongfang Naganori lost control. The defensive light pillar dissipated. Boom! Fang Yuan squeezed with his large hand, turning Dongfang Yuliang's body into meat paste. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was extremely weak. How could he escape? Fang Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current number 1 wisdom immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground, turning into an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this. He used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Chapter 814. The Legends of Rinzhu. Chapter 3, Section 18. Rinzhu stepped on his own path of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He wandered around the bottom of the abyss, moving forward in a daze. After a long time, he wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss, but he could not find a way out. Amidst his frustration, Cognition Gu guided him. O human, if you follow the footprints of other existences, it will be easy and safe, but if you want to be extraordinary, if you want to walk out of ordinary abyss, the chances of you following other people's path are not high. Since you walked on your own path of life, you have to face all the difficulties yourself, you have to innovate, you have to leave your own footprints. After Rinzhu received the guidance, he realized at once, he was overjoyed. He followed Cognition Gu's advice. He left the original footprints on the ground, and started to step on the ground that was not hard. The underground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were muddy swamps, it was easy to sink into the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were covered with thorns and thorns. Rinzhu's body was full of scars from the thorns. There were also places where edge-gu were buried. When Rinzhu stepped on them, his soles were cut by the sharp edges, the wounds were wide and blood flowed out. He felt pain in his heart when he walked. The pain in the soles of his feet made Rinzhu decide to walk lightly. But as he walked, Rinzhu got lost in ordinary abyss. Most of the time, he would repeat his previous path, making futile efforts. Rinzhu gradually realized this problem. It was very troublesome. How could he not get lost in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Rinzhu, if you do not want to get lost, you can do it yourself. You are afraid of pain. If you walk lightly, your footprints on the ground will be too light and shallow. Ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss. Lifting the mortal soil, dust falls down. It is very easy to cover up your footprints. If you do not want to get lost, you need to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I mean? Rinzhu nodded. He understood. Thus, he started to walk heavily. Every step he took was on the ground. He left deep footprints on the ground. This way, every step he took, he would leave a deep mark on the ground. It was very clear. Rinzhu only needed to see these footprints. He understood that he had already explored these paths, and there was no exit from the ordinary abyss. But good things don't last long. After a long time, even the deepest footprints would be gradually buried by the wind and dust. Rinzhu was extremely troubled by this. He asked Cognition Gu for help. Cognition Gu suggested again, O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and sharp blades. Every time you come across these places, you have to walk around them. That would not do. You can't expect to be extraordinary and comfortable at the same time. Rinzhu received a revelation. Gritting his teeth, he purposely walked on the path filled with thorns and sharp blades. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. Regardless of the pain, regardless of the depth of the wound. His sweat and blood, along the soles of his feet. It was trampled deep into the ordinary soil. When he lifted his foot and walked forward, a small blade of grass sprouted from the footprint he left behind. The name of grass. It was called achievement. In every footprint, a blade of grass grew. The stalks of grass could not be blown down by the wind or buried by the dust. They grew tenaciously and could be preserved much longer than the footprints. This way, I do not have to be afraid of getting lost. Rinzhu was very happy. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he walked on the path filled with blades and thorns, not fearing blood and sweat. He walked further and further. He no longer got lost. He did not wander around the same path. He stepped into places that he had never been to before. The grass that he used his sweat and blood to plant also grew lusher and taller. Gradually, what grew from the footprints were no longer grass of achievement, but small trees of achievement. As time passed, the small tree gradually grew into a large tree. Its leaves were lush and verdant, and it even bore fruits. Rinzhu was tired from walking. He lay under the shade of the tree and rested, plucking the sweet and juicy fruits to fill his stomach. As time passed, he walked to almost every corner of ordinary abyss. The places that he walked on formed a huge forest. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt blissful and joyful. But when the forest covered the whole of ordinary abyss, Renzu still could not find a way out. He was anxious and disappointed. He plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit was no longer sweet and delicious, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange. He searched for the reason and soon found out. Unknowingly, his body had grown a second heart. This heart was called unwillingness. As the name implied, no matter what it tasted, it would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit and looked at the endless forest. He could no longer feel happiness or happiness. At this time, his other heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke self-gu. "Oh human, I have thought of a way to get out of ordinary abyss for you. You can plant a tall and grand achievement tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to climb up the branches and leave this place." Renzu thought about it and his eyes shined. That's right, this is a good idea. But soon, he felt troubled. How can I plant a tree that is so grand that it is taller than ordinary abyss? Self-gu. Use the blood of your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. Use the blood of your heart. You should be able to plant a grand tree. There are many blades buried in ordinary abyss. You can stab these blades into your heart and drip your heart blood to water the tree. Renzu tried using self-gu's method. The blades stabbed into his heart. He felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the injuries on his body. However, the tree that was watered was tall and huge. It was much bigger than the original tree. Renzu was in pain but also happy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, dripping more heart blood. The more blades he stabbed in, the more heart blood he used, the taller the tree became. But even the tallest tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Renzu continued to persevere. Hope-gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree that he had planted, when it was almost the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree split open. From inside, a daughter jumped out. "Father, father." The daughter jumped into Renzu's arms. She was very loving. This was Renzu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu was very happy. He hugged his daughter and played with her. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, she plucked the fruits and fed them to her. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara liked to eat fruits. She was white and plump. She played in the forest every day. She was very happy. Renzu still wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara persuaded him, "Father, why do you have to work so hard? It is so good to stay here. There is a tree to block us from the sun. There are sweet and juicy fruits to fill our stomachs. We can play here until we grow old. It will be very peaceful." Renzu shook his head. He had a firm attitude. He planted an even greater tree. The branches of the tree extended out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara sobbed. She pulled Renzu's hand. She begged, "Father, don't abandon me. I don't know how to climb trees. If you leave, I will stay here alone. I don't know how to plant trees. The fruits are limited. I will starve to death one day." Renzu said, "Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you. We will climb together." Thus, the father and daughter started to climb the tree. The higher they climbed, the more tired Renzu became. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, it was very dangerous for Renzu to climb the tree. Moreover, he had to bring someone who did not know how to climb trees. Even more troublesome was that the tree was creaking, it was shaking. Cognition-gu warned Renzu, "Oh no, human, you are carrying your daughter. It is natural for you to climb out of ordinary abyss. This is your achievement tree. It is hard for others to escape from ordinary. Even your daughter is no exception." Renzu shook his head. "I don't want to give up." Hope-gu also urged, "Put her down, otherwise, you will not be able to climb out. Even though you have a lonely heart, you are unwilling to give up. After planting so many trees, your heart blood has already dried up. This is your final hope. But look, the tree below you is about to fall." Renzu waved his hand. "I still want to try." Self-gu saw that Renzu was stubborn. While the other gu worms failed to persuade him, it flew out. "Ah, I am so anxious." Self-Gu did not discuss with Renzu. It bit Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara screamed in pain. She was furious. She stretched out her hand and wanted to slap Self-Gu. But this way, she let go of her hand. Because of the intense shaking of the tree, she fell from Renzu's back. She stumbled along the way. With the help of countless branches and leaves, she landed on her butt. She grimaced in pain as she cried out. "Daughter!" Renzu shouted. He wanted to go down. "It is too late. The tree is about to fall." Self-Gu pushed Renzu's back. He subconsciously took a huge step forward, walking out of ordinary abyss. The tree fell down. Renzu was sprawled on the edge of the cliff. He had lost his way back. He shouted helplessly, "Daughter, I will definitely come back to save you." Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She was very sad and helpless. "Father, how can you be so cruel to leave me behind, leaving me to live here alone? I am so scared." Renzu heard her cries and felt his heart break. He quickly walked around ordinary abyss but could not find a way in. "It is useless," Self-Gu said. "Your achievement tree, even if it falls, it proves your greatness. A great person is not ordinary. How can an extraordinary person enter ordinary abyss?" Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Feng Yuan closed, the legends of Renzu. As he sighed, he had a complex expression. Water flows to the bottom, humans walk to the top. It was human nature to be unwilling to be ordinary. Dongfang Naganori was like that, Feng Yuan was like that too. From this perspective, you and I are the same type of person. Feng Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Naganori's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly as he spoke. Because he had lost his soul, he could not speak, but his soul's strength fluctuations were captured by Feng Yuan. He heard this number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains say, "If you want to soul search, come. But if you want my inheritance, you are too naive." Chapter 8:15. "Oh, you are so confident." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's soul was already a captive in his hands. He could not live or die, but he still had such confidence. Feng Yuan did not care. He used soul-searching methods. At once, Dang Hun Palace turned dark, eerie winds blew, ghostly cries could be heard endlessly. In the strange and gloomy whirlwind, Feng Yuan revealed his true form, a towering immortal zombie body. His skin was green-black in color. He had a sinister expression. Fangs were protruding, his eyes were blood red, his 8 arms were stretched out. His monstrous claws were huge and sharp. One of them slowly reached towards Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw Feng Yuan's ferocious appearance and could not help but waver, but he soon calmed down and allowed Feng Yuan's monstrous claws to grab him. The soul itself was not a solid body, but Feng Yuan's claw firmly restrained Dongfang Naganori's soul, making it unable to move. Next, he activated the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Soul search. A formless force came out of the monstrous claws and directly entered Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul immediately trembled. Waves of pain assaulted him. After a while, the soul search ended. Feng Yuan retracted his monstrous claws and let go of Dongfang Naganori's soul. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information, but he frowned slightly. It turned out that although he obtained a lot of information from this soul search, they were all unimportant things. Dongfang Naganori's soul was dim and loose. It was no longer as solid and bright as before. But it revealed a pleased expression. It fluctuated again and transmitted information. Feng Yuan heard. Dongfang Naganori's soul chuckled. "Do you understand now? Although I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, soul path and wisdom path are closely related. I have also dabbled in soul path and modified my immortal soul. Right now, your soul-searching technique is merely a mortal technique. Even if you have a soul path immortal Gu to deal with me, I can conceal it and prevent you from getting what you want." After a short pause, Dongfang Naganori continued, "Now, I'm gone, and my soul can't be nourished. The more times you search my soul, the more my soul will be damaged. I have rich experience, deliberately cover up. Before my soul is exhausted to the limit and completely dissipates, you won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique. Then he changed the topic. But we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession techniques, and other knowledge. You helped me rebirth and found a body for me. Don't worry, he only needs a mortal Gu master. Since I've lost to you, I admit defeat. We can definitely make a contract. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mountain Pledge Gu, right? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as expected of Dong Fang Chang Fan, at this stage. At this stage, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. Unfortunately, I have a method to strengthen my soul. I can search your soul slowly. One day I will get what I want. Soul strengthening method? Dongfang Naganori's soul laughed. Looks like you don't understand the soul Dao too well. In order to possess, I specially modified my soul. Although it increased the success rate of the possession, it also caused ordinary methods to be unable to nourish and heal the soul unless I use immortal healing methods. I'm not lying. Feel free to test my soul. It's like this. Fang Yuan stopped smiling and took out Air Sac Gu. In Dongfang Naganori's estimation, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only mortal, his soul-healing method should also be ordinary. When he saw Fang Yuan take out a mortal Gu, he was even more certain of his deduction. But soon, Fang Yuan crushed the Air Sac Gu along with the Guts Gu stored inside. Dongfang Naganori's soul was immediately nourished and regained its luster. What Gu worm is this? It is only a mortal Gu, but it can heal my soul? At once, Dongfang Naganori's soul fluctuated intensely, showing an unconcealable shock. Fang Yuan saw this and relaxed, smiling as he said, "Guess." Dongfang Naganori was not an ordinary person after all. Even though only his soul was left, his intelligence could not be concealed. His soul was silent, but soon fluctuated again. There is only one mortal item that can affect my immortal soul, that is Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu. What you crushed earlier should be Air Sac Gu. You bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Smart. But you are only half right. Air Sac Gu is my creation, and Guts Gu is my business. What? It's you. Dongfang Naganori's soul cried out involuntarily. The cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to him. His soul no longer fluctuated, falling into a deathly silence. Dongfang Naganori was filled with despair. He knew he was finished. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had to fall into the hands of a person like Fang Yuan. He was meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could kill and slaughter him whenever he wanted. And even if Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted, he could not change the overall situation. After using Guts Gu to repair Dongfang Naganori's soul, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Although Dongfang Naganori resisted with all his might, the information Fang Yuan obtained was mostly worthless. But no matter how strong his resistance was, he could not resist soul searching so many times. The valuable things were eventually looted by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending half a day, Fang Yuan's soul search came to an end. He pieced together the valuable information, forming a detailed report on the resources of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It turns out that Jade Pool Blessed Land has 3 great Gu worm rearing grounds. Regretful Spider is only the second. The largest is the large cave toad. It has 3 times the number of regretful spiders. There are many rank 5 large cave toad Gu, but Dongfang tribe purposely did not take them away. Are they trying to nurture an immortal level large cave toad Gu? They are really ambitious. At the easternmost area of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a deep pool. It does not look amazing, but it leads deep underground. There is a desolate beast horse living inside. It is a rare 10,000 Li Ji horse. This horse has great vitality and is very useful. Not only is its flesh, blood, and fur a Gu refinement immortal material, if it is raised underground and lives for a long time, its sweat will cause a Ji forest to grow. A 10,000 Li Ji horse. This means there are countless Ji forests. There is actually such a salt field. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast mortal life jellyfish to guard it. The salt will condense and form a huge salt field. It can obtain the immortal material blue profound salt. A salt field that produces blue profound salt. This is really a huge investment. Jade Pool Blessed Land also has weather changes. After 3 days of daylight, there is a day of night. When night falls, in Jade Pool Blessed Land, cracks will appear on the surface, revealing 2 deep pools. One is the Jade Pool. Although it is not big, it is filled with the immortal material desolate jade. The other is the Tooth Pool. The walls and bottom of the pool are made from the teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Qilin. Moonlight shines down. It will form a crescent moon not in the water. This immortal material looks like a tooth but is soft like water. Moonlight shines on its surface. It is extremely precious. Other than that, there is the ancient desolate beast flying frost antelope, the hidden dragon beard buried underground, the immortal material wind howling copper in the copper pool. Dongfang Naganori was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder. He knew the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was very clear about it. Fang Yuan looked through the information and was greatly moved. He almost could not resist going to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder it. However, he suppressed this impulse. That night in Northern Plains, he killed Dongfang Naganori. After capturing his soul, he turned around and went to Jade Pool Blessed Land, wanting to plunder it again. But he found that there was a huge battle going on. There were intense battles everywhere. There were dozens of righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. They were plundering and slaughtering in a frenzy. The scene was very intense. Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence. He had to conceal himself. He was alone. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had gone to Minuscule Mountain. He even attracted Kenyang Laojuan's suspicions. He wisely chose to retreat. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a delicious piece of meat. Gu immortals are getting excited and gathering there. Forget it, even though I have rank 7 battle strength, my movement and defense pales in comparison. My situation is not good. This Dongfang Naganori is still scheming against me. He purposely exposed this information to me so that I can go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and get involved in this mess. Fang Yuan's current situation was terrible. He looked safe on the surface, but danger lurked everywhere. He was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. He was the main culprit and was currently being investigated by various forces. Sha Huang was one of his fake identities, but after the auction he was exposed. Dragon Commander Yi Cha suffered a loss at the hands of Feng Jioga's group. He also started to investigate Sha Huang. This caused Fang Yuan to not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's search for the Wisdom Path inheritance also exposed a lot of things. He left behind a lot of evidence for the enemies to deduce. However, this risk is necessary. If I sit here and wait, I will be exposed sooner or later. I can only resist and make use of every second to strengthen myself. That is the correct way to deal with this. This time, I actually obtained a complete Wisdom Path inheritance. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been good. I have grasped the opportunity. After I obtain this Wisdom Path inheritance, I should be able to deal with Wisdom Path deductions. That way, I can make arrangements and delay the time of being exposed. I can continue to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool Blessed Land and rested for a while. Soul searching would cause damage to the target. He needed healing. It would also cause his soul to become restless. This was not something that Guts Gu could heal. He needed to rest and sleep to stabilize his soul. After resting, Fang Yuan's soul searched again. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was still here and was not lured to Jade Pool Blessed Land. He felt even colder. Fang Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely. Fang Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method. It was much more difficult. But Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruined bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the Gu formation into a phantom. Regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. Chapter 8:16. The joy on Fang Yuan's face was completely revealed. He did not conceal it. The phantom gu formation is something that Dongfang Naganori deduced based on some ancient documents. His phantom path attainment level should be master level. To be able to modify the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain fortress, his space path attainment level should also be master level. He is truly not simple. Fang Yuan was especially interested in how to control the Phantom Beast army. Several desolate level Phantom Beasts, even though they were rank 6, could use their Phantom transformation ability to stall rank 7 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan could not help but think, if he had such a large army, his battle strength would definitely rise by a lot. After thinking about it, he found that the method to control the Phantom Beast army was not very useful. The most important condition was to modify the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. After that, he could use the corpse mountain as his base and use the immemorial ruin bat's identity to control this Phantom Beast army. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. This Dongfang Naganori still wants to harm me. He knows that I can pull a mountain. He wants to use the ruin bat corpse mountain to lure me to take the risk. Ever since the ruin bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the aura that deterred all beasts also dissipated. That place has already become a feast for many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to feast on the ruin bat corpse. If I go to pull a mountain, I will be snatching food from these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. I will not do it with wisdom. Fang Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dongfang Naganori for the third time. Dongfang Naganori was filled with anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan. It was this person in front of him who made all of his plans go up in smoke, all of his plans to rule over the world disappeared, all of his hard work went up in smoke. It was like a dream. Even though he had great foresight and countless schemes, he had fallen to this point. He had nothing to rely on. The gap between the two was too huge. These two schemes were very crude. They were used to make use of human greed to lure the enemy into making mistakes. This was completely different from Dongfang Naganori's schemes when he was alive. But Dongfang Naganori was only left with his soul. It was understandable that he had fallen short. Fang Yuan didn't fall for it. After a good rest, the third soul search began. Finally, he found what he wanted the most, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. What surprised Fang Yuan was that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was actually related to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Of course, it was not an inheritance left by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was the Venerable Immortal himself who stayed behind, Dongfang Naganori would not end up like this. It turned out that this inheritance was left behind by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of the ancient central continent's celestial court. He was skilled in exploring secrets. After obtaining some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's secrets, he analyzed her abilities and imitated them. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but he cultivated wisdom path. Thus, the foundation of this wisdom path inheritance was star thought Gu, from star to wisdom. It was very close to the star Dao. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Fang Yuan understood, the greater the surprise in his heart. He felt that this adventure was worth it. It turned out that this wisdom path inheritance did not have any other strong points, but it was best at deducing and deducing. Dongfang Naganori relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, controlling the Phantom Beast army and other methods. This wisdom path inheritance is really comprehensive. I even have an urge to change to wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed. This gain. It was too abundant. A complete inheritance no matter what path it was. It would involve offense, defense, healing, movement, reconnaissance, and other aspects. They might not be too outstanding in these aspects, but they had no shortcomings. They would not be easily countered by others. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, the strength path he cultivated was either pieced together or modified by himself. It was not an inheritance of a predecessor. The true value of this inheritance was the same as the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had the foundation to rise up because of the blood path true inheritance. The value of this wisdom path inheritance could be imagined. And because Blood Sea Ancestor was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and had 7 inheritances, the value of this inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was even higher. It is a pity that I obtained this inheritance at the wrong time. It was a bit late. I have already walked on the path of strength path. Even though I still have the first aperture, I have become an immortal zombie and my aperture is dead. I cannot cultivate anymore. But Fang Yuan thought again. If he had really cultivated this wisdom path inheritance in advance, he might not have been able to create the immortal killer move myriad self. If he included the immortal killer move myriad self, his strength path prospects would no doubt surpass the future brought by this wisdom path inheritance. And because I have strength path battle strength, I can kill Dongfang Naginori and seize this wisdom path inheritance. Without cause, how can there be consequences? Fang Yuan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This wisdom path inheritance came at the right time. It could even be said that it was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Why did he say that? There was only one reason, that was, rank 9 Wisdom Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Wisdom Gu was hidden. Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom. He had unlimited inspiration, deducing many immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves and so on. But this had a huge disadvantage. The thoughts in his mind were expended too quickly. Back when he had delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he had to expend precious green grape immortal essence in exchange for a huge amount of joyful will to sustain his expenditure. After the auction, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu was sold. Although he made a profit, malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu could not withstand the intense expenditure. Even if Fang Yuan specially built a stone nest and raised large numbers of hairy men, refining Gu almost without rest, accumulating them at the fastest speed, he could not make up for one expenditure. This was the biggest obstacle that restricted Fang Yuan's deductions. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't worry, I will always remember. How could I dare to forget such a thing? The time-flow ratio between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and the outside world was 1 to 5. An earthly calamity occurred once every 10 years, but in the outside world, Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The last earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab. It carried the immortal Gu gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? But compared to last time, I am only a mortal Gu master. This earthly calamity, I am already a rank 6 Gu immortal. I have many immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, allies, and a new precious wisdom path inheritance. I have a high chance of surviving the earthly calamity. Fang Yuan was not too worried. He had many trump cards and was very wealthy. Compared to the last earthly calamity, it was a world of difference. He was very confident. Chapter 8:17. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit about the arrangements for Dongfang tribe's Gu master captives. Although Fang Yuan killed Dongfang Qinyu and the rest, he still had a group of about 1 to 200 Dongfang tribesmen. The land spirit replied. She had temporarily opened up an underground prison. It was deep underground, located near a Stoneman tribe. She also asked if she should sell these captives. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not listen obediently, forcing them to refine Gu and work like hairy men. If they were not careful, they might be killed and cause trouble. Fang Yuan shook his head, instructing, Land Spirit has already seized all the mortal Gu in their hands and locked them up. Feed them some food every day and treat them like pets. He has other uses for these captives. He is not in a hurry to deal with them. Yes, Master. How many immortal Yuan stones do I have? Fang Yuan asked again. 137. Land Spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan nodded. Unknowingly, his immortal Yuan stones had broken through the 100 checkpoint. The biggest reason was that the Guts Gu trade had doubled, not counting the profits. There was a total of 92 immortal Yuan stones in profit every month. Thus, Breaking through the 100 checkpoints had become easy. During this period, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to pay attention to jewel yellow skies. If there were any cheap fox groups, buy them at a low price and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, fully displaying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's strength and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal made a few moves and bought 2 to 3 batches of fox groups. If not for this, the accumulation of Immortal Yuan stones would have been even higher. Doing a monopoly business like Guts Gu, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. Earning Immortal Yuan stones was indeed easy. Fang Yuan thought about it. He kept 20 Immortal Yuan stones in case of emergencies, and took out 70 to convert green grape Immortal essence. The series of battles to obtain the Wisdom Path inheritance had used up his 77 green grape Immortal essence beads. He needed to replenish them urgently. The rest was given to Little Hu Immortal. She was in charge of Star Thought Gu refinement. The Immortal Yuan stones given to her were to be used to purchase large amounts of Gu refinement materials. Forget about the oil and water. I intend to use it during the early stages of the refinement path convention. Air bubble fish were also not sold. They were used to increase the production of Starlight Firefly Gu. The prose carp was very valuable. But the quantity was scarce, so he had to wait for a suitable buyer. However, the eerie fire dragon pythons, the regretful spiders, and the dragonfish were all projects that could be managed in large quantities. Especially the arowana, I can sell it directly, Fang Yuan thought. These 3. He appeared at the right time. All along, Fang Yuan only had one source of income, that was the Guts Gu trade. Monopolizing the trade was like hugging onto a golden thigh. But there was only one Guts Gu after all. The production of Guts Gu was limited. Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone was being used carefully. Although he had escaped from the dangerous state of becoming an immortal, he had already established himself and achieved a balance of income and expenditure. But he didn't have the strength to go any further. The current Fang Yuan did not dare to refine Immortal Gu. He didn't have any foundation or strength. Next, Fang Yuan had to move forward. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. He had to deduce all sorts of Gu recipes and killer moves. He had to deal with all sorts of enemies. He had to cultivate Wisdom Path. He had to do all sorts of things. One source of income could not satisfy his growing needs. If I can create these 3 businesses, I will have 4 legs. The income from Immortal Yuan Stone will be enough to satisfy my current needs. It will greatly boost my progress in all aspects. They are after all a super force. They have deep foundations. After plundering them, my prospects have been broadened. While Fang Yuan sighed, he had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Naganori. These businesses were the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. For example, how could the eerie fire dragon pythons form groups and increase their reproduction rate? For example, how to raise the arowana, what food they ate, what environment was most suitable for the arowana, and what would happen if they got sick. It was not easy to form a source of income. There were many things involved. They all had their own secrets. Back then, in order to nurture star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had bought their experiences from several Star Path Gu immortals and paid a sum of Immortal Yuan stone. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Naganori definitely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was like a huge treasure trove. Its value was not something that a Wisdom Path inheritance could contain. Thus, Fang Yuan's soul searched for the 4th time, trying to obtain these business secrets. But this time, he obtained Dongfang Naganori's possession method. Not only was it the original version that Dongfang Naganori had obtained in True Inheritance Secluded Domain when he was young, there was also the entire method that Dongfang Naganori had modified to extract the immortal aperture origin cores of Gu immortals of the same tribe to become an immortal. Using this method I can revive. I need the same bloodline. Is my brother still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he dies, it doesn't matter. I can still use blood path methods to use a woman's body to give birth to the next generation. But this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations are terrifying. The main reason why Dongfang Naganori ended up like this was because of this. Moreover, if I possess someone else, even if I can ascend to Immortal in the future, my new body would not have a second aperture. The second aperture had great value. Feng Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Feng Yuan was moved. It suddenly changed its silence and moved again, saying, "As an immortal zombie, it is too difficult for you to obtain a new life. If this goes on, your cultivation will stop here, forever stuck at this cultivation level. The possession method is very suitable for you. Of course, I know now that this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. It is very dangerous. But I can modify it and conceal heaven's secrets. I can even possess mortals to reduce the wrath of heaven and earth, and lower the power of the calamities and tribulations. You're just throwing your life away by directly using this possession technique. I'm the best example of that. But now that I have the most precious experience, I can modify the method again. I will definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you guys, I would have already succeeded. How about it, we can cooperate?" Dongfang Naganori suggested to cooperate with Feng Yuan. He sensed that Feng Yuan wanted to revive. In fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to obtain a new life. Before Feng Yuan could speak, he continued, "If we cooperate, both of us will benefit. If we separate, both of us will suffer. What are you worried about? I am just a soul. Do you think I can harm you?" As he spoke, he kept encouraging Feng Yuan, but also had a hint of provocation. Feng Yuan smiled. "As expected of Dongfang Naganori, you were silent earlier. I thought you had completely admitted defeat. I didn't expect you to jump out the moment you saw a chance and hope. This is worth learning from. I said it before, you and I are the same type of people. We both have ambitions and aspirations." The soul fluctuated again. But Feng Yuan's words changed. "Precisely because we are the same type of people, I will not keep you alive. Don't worry, once I squeeze out all of your remaining value, I will destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world. The fewer people like us, the better." Dongfang Naganori's soul was stunned. He did not expect Feng Yuan to have such deep and resolute killing intent towards him. His soul fluctuated again. He did not want to give up. He forced a smile. "Ha, you can't fool me. You are moved." Feng Yuan nodded. "Of course I am moved. I believe you have the ability to modify this possession method, because you have master-level blood path attainment, phantom path attainment, grandmaster-level wisdom path attainment, and the most precious possession experience. My attainment level is far from yours. Even if I obtain your wisdom path inheritance, I cannot modify this method." The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 4 levels. They were ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster. Master level was to raise the use of Gu worms to the level of an art. One had to have abundant talent, as well as continuous training and accumulation to be able to reach this level. Grandmaster level was to have an extremely profound grasp of a path. Their foundation was so deep that they could comprehend other paths by analogy, using their own path's methods to obtain the advantages of other paths. Great grandmasters were even more amazing. They were people at the peak. Not just in this world, even in the entire history of humanity, it was very rare. Dongfang Naganori was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Phantom Path Master, Space Path Master, Soul Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Blood Path Master. Feng Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. As for Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, and others, they were all ordinary. He had never touched upon Phantom Path. It was a blank slate. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals were at least Flying Master. Because flying was very important, even if they could not grasp it when they were mortals, after becoming Gu Immortals, they would practice a lot and grasp the ability to fly. Feng Yuan might have 2 paths and was a grandmaster, but one was his 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, the other was his rebirth advantage. He took risks and had many fortuitous encounters to achieve this. Everyone had their own specialties. Feng Yuan's attainment level was not enough to deduce and modify possession techniques, but Dongfang Naganori was a professional. Precisely because of this, Dongfang Naganori could not do it while Fang Yuan could. Thus, he had the confidence to persuade Fang Yuan to cooperate. Soul Search could only obtain memories, secrets and so on, but could not obtain attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thoughts, feelings and experiences, their understanding of using Gu and so on. When summed up and refined into the essence, it was the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Right now, there was only one way to obtain other people's attainment levels, that was to successfully explore dream realms. Although Fang Yuan knew that cooperating with Dongfang Naganori would give him extraordinary gains, he was even more wary of Dongfang Naganori. Cooperating with such a wisdom path Gu Immortal would unknowingly lead to schemes, betrayals, and schemes. Especially when Fang Yuan was the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, the external situation was very bad. If Dongfang Naganori knew about it and used this to his advantage, he would definitely be able to make Fang Yuan die a tragic death. After the auction, with the rank 8 Gu Immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was no longer as chaotic, there were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent Gu Immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the super force Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless Gu Immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped. It had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time, and with luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. He wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time and help Hu Immortal Blessed Land undergo tribulation. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he comprehended the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense, it was better not to show himself. But White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's allure was too shocking. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was starving to its limit. It needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to feed it. But Immortal Gu are unique, even though they are precious. Cleanse Soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have Self-Strength Immortal Gu as the core. Even if Cleanse Soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with Self-Strength, the killer move Myriad Self's power will double. And it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Fang Yuan hesitated. Cleanse Soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal Gu were external objects. His own life was the most precious. Fang Yuan had always been clear on this point. He had never been blinded by greed. A few days later, Northern Plains, near the place where Gu Immortal Si Shermin died. From time to time, Gu Immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant Immortal Gu aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Xie Shermin left behind, but after failing, they left dejectedly. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet? Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. After 3 Thatched Demon Immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut. He killed his wife and returned to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of the shadow of his past, Dongfang Yu added other Gu worms into Thatched Hut, naming it Thatched Hut Hut. Actually, the effect did not increase by much, it was purely to make it look better. Wind Cloud Manners Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming said. Before becoming an immortal, He had gone deep into northern plains with his mortal goo master cultivation level. He had lived there for a period of time. He had a lot of information about this. Right now, he purposely mentioned it because he wanted to plunder Jade Pool Blessed Land. But he did not say it explicitly, he was very subtle about it. Alright, do we continue to wait like this? Or do we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues to the culprit? Or that fairy Li Shan, since she fought together with that Strength Path Immortal zombie, they have a close relationship, she definitely knows many secrets. A goo Immortal said impatiently. That's not right. Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price to snatch Minuscule Mountain and immediately left this place. Right now, she is holed up in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the base of Northern Plains' demonic path, so be it in the past, but now, old ancestor Shui, who is trying his best to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he has been guarding over there. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right corner, choose to add a public account in the Add Friends section, search for Zhongwen Wang, and follow the public account. You will never miss an update. QD Wave Astronomy. Chapter 8:19. Once the rank 8 goo immortal old ancestor Shui who was mentioned, the Central Continent Immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, they were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 goo immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Jioge could fight rank 8 goo immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Shui who, he had terrifying battle strength. In Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 goo immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent Immortals were silent, 3 demonic path goo immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent goo immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Feng Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 goo immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains' Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the 4th Peak's Lord, Li Peng King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Peng King by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, demonic Lord Long Dan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final goo immortal walked on Li Peng King's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body, he was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar, he had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peak's Lord, Gong Zmo. Central Continent's goo immortals were lying in ambush, they had powerful methods, but these 3 demonic path goo immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack. The longer we drag on, the more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Jie Shimin. Since old ancestor Shui who gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent goo immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th, and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly. Now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Shui who can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the Free Scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, We lack coordination. Defeating the three of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kanyang Laojun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars. It has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu Immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our central continent. They are all extremely slippery. Old Ancestor Shui, who sat on a large chair, he held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain. All of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Miniman Gu Immortal. In the end, other Gu Immortals attacked. There were both righteous and demonic Gu Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Miniman Gu Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan, who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Miniman Gu Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way. They barely survived and returned to snowy mountain-blessed land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Miniman on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain? At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wanshou. She was Old Ancestor Shui, whose wife. She had rank 7 cultivation level. She was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension? Old Ancestor Shui, who turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wanshou nodded. I have already comprehended all the steps to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it. She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Miniman Gu Immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar. The surviving Minimans were shivering in fear, huddling together. Monster! So scary, so scary. Don't eat me, I have too little flesh, I won't even be enough to fill your teeth. Lady Wanshou was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the Miniman, she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wanshou looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. Sister Li Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path Gu Immortal in her early years. She cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it to her Core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path blessed land. She managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Miniman tribe, they complemented each other. Sister Li Shan is a member of our Snowy Mountain. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, this proves that our Snowy Mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing. Lady, you are wrong. Old Ancestor Shui, who shook his head. On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu and use Ma Hong Yun as the main Gu refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this Minuscule Mountain. It is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up. We will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather Gu refinement materials. This time, she had snatched away Fangsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. Look, this is Yao Huang's letter. Yao Huang's letter? Lady Wanshou was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, Minuscule Mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of Giant Sun Immortal, I, Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Shui Hu about returning minuscule mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wan Shou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wan Shou could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Shui Hu worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven goo, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses, old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily. Wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head-on. Old ancestor Shui Hu said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. Just the aftermath of the battle from White Heaven caused the central continent Gu Immortals to be in a pitiful state. Old Oracle barely escaped death. He regained his human form. His face was still filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually did not anticipate this lightning strike." Bu Fei Yan's gaze wavered. She put herself in Old Oracle's shoes. If she was in his shoes, with her movement ability, she would not be able to escape that lightning strike. She could not help but ask, "Are we still moving forward?" Chen Zhenqi raised his head. The sky above him seemed to have turned into a cloth made of countless patches. Lumps of strength. They covered a large or small area, intertwining with each other. Some had dark clouds. Some had dark winds blowing. Some had lightning striking down. Some had hailstones crashing down. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. These central continent Gu Immortals were not ordinary people. They had great foresight. They could see that in these small areas, the Dao marks of heaven and earth had completely changed. Some were filled with ice path Dao marks, some were filled with lightning path Dao marks, some were filled with wind path and soul path Dao marks. Even though they were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain-blessed land. But this area was filled with killing intent. It was filled with dangerous and fatal traps. Is this the difference between rank 7 and rank 8? The Dao marks in each area are much more than what we obtained through our hard work. Life and death are not up to us. I have not felt this for many years. Too dangerous, too dangerous. It is not worth it to sacrifice our lives to capture a captive. The central continent Gu Immortals started to retreat. Only Feng Jioge was unmoved. He took the lead from the start. His gaze was calm, as if he could not see the dangers around him. The central continent Gu Immortals saw Feng Jioge like this. Waves rose in their hearts. This guy is really amazing. He can fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. I did not think so before, but now that I think about it, Feng Jioge is truly terrifying. No, even if he can fight rank 8s, it is only temporary. Once our identities are exposed, if 3 Northern Plains rank 8 Gu Immortals attack us, we will definitely die. This guy Feng Jioge. He disregards life and death, advancing courageously. I almost forgot that he is from the demonic path. He only switched to the righteous path midway. The central continent Gu Immortals followed behind Feng Jioge. They exchanged glances and wanted to retreat, but because of their reputation and the reputation of their sex, they could not speak. They wanted others to speak first. Every second was becoming more and more difficult to endure. Just as the Gu Immortals were in a dilemma, the leader, Feng Jioge, suddenly stopped. He stood at a low altitude and waved his hand. Everyone, stop. The Immortals quickly stopped, only to see Feng Jioge looking up with a solemn expression. They followed his gaze, only to see that the sky was still filled with all sorts of powers that were repelling each other. The Gu Immortals who had some comprehension activated their immortal killer moves. Their gazes pierced through these obstructions and saw the scene in White Heaven. The Gu Immortals who saw this gasped in shock. They saw that in White Heaven, the three sides were no longer evenly matched. Old Ancestor Shui, who had the upper hand, he was the sole victor. The pure white frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange-yellow light and forced it to retreat. Heavenly Lord Baizu's ink cloud was forced to retreat. What a formidable old ancestor Shuehu! I never expected that his combat strength would be so formidable. It has only been such a short period of time, yet the outcome has already been decided in a 1 versus 2 battle. Chapter 821. Old Ancestor Shui, who fought 1 against 2, defeating Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. This battle shook Northern Plains. The news spread like a hurricane. Northern Plains' Immortal world was in chaos. Furthermore, under the witness of Central Continent's Immortals, the news spread to Central Continent at the first moment. The leaders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were alerted. They all remembered old ancestor Shui, whose name in the deepest part of their hearts. Several days later, Central Continent, who Immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan visited, bringing first-hand information. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu. He closed his eyes. It was like he was in snowy mountain-blessed land. He was watching from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. At the top of the sky, the scene of 3 rank 8 great experts sparring with each other was being shown. From start to finish, it was grand and majestic. His mind was shaken by it. Even though they were far away, the 3 sides were deep in White Heaven. Watching from afar, he could feel the vast might of rank 8s. Among Gu Immortals, the higher their rank, the greater the gap. Between rank 6 and 7, there were still elites who could occasionally fight rank 7s. But between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. To be able to fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level, this was rarely seen in the history of humanity. At rank 9, they could sweep through the world with their own strength. Nobody could stop them. They were unrivaled, number 1 in the world. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were simply not rank 9's match. They had all suffered huge losses. There had never been an exception. After watching this scene 3 times, Fang Yuan returned the Gu worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes were calm as he opened them. Fang Yuan had expected old ancestor Shui, whose strength, in his previous life's memories, Central Continent had suffered several huge defeats. He even killed many Central Continent rank 8s. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Fang Yuan's understanding of Northern Plains' situation had deepened once again. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They are Yao Huang and Prince's Impatience. In terms of prestige, Yao Huang is the number 1 righteous path expert. But the Prince's Impatience has connections with Zhongzhou State, and is the biggest secret of Zhongzhou State in the Northern Plains. The collapse of 88-point Xianyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land has caused Northern Plains to be in turmoil. The arrangement that the giant Sun Immortal had painstakingly arranged collapsed. Order collapsed, and because of the fight for Immortal Gu, righteous and demonic factions fought intensely. New and old grudges and conflicts arose. Although Qin Baisheng organized the auction, the Immortals were only busy digesting the spoils of war. They stopped for a short period of time, but the conflict has deepened. The destruction of Imperial Court blessed land is the greatest loss to Northern Plains' righteous path. The fiendish Dao, on the other hand, benefited greatly. All along, the arrangements of the giant Sun Immortal had been for the sake of his family's ambition to rule the world. Northern Plains' righteous path members all had Huang Jin bloodline. The demonic cultivators and itinerant cultivators were suppressed to the point where they could barely lift their heads. Now that the 88-point Xianyang Tower had collapsed, the demonic path and rogue cultivators had one less mountain on their heads. Be it in his previous life's memories or his current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu had only established his super faction after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But not all Huang Jin bloodlines had to be like this. Thus, He Lulan thought of a method for Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Naganori made an alliance agreement, they used Mountain Pledge Gu. The agreement was on Minuscule Mountain. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would no doubt lose effect. There would naturally be no backlash. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's risk of life and effort would all be for naught. This was not possible. He Lulan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain is destroyed, when the Time Path Killer move's effect disappears and the backlash of violating the oath takes effect, she would ask Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before to rebuild Minuscule Mountain. This way, Minuscule Mountain would return to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribes still had an alliance agreement. As long as they did not violate it in the future, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan ingeniously avoided the backlash of violating the oath. She even got a repaired Minuscule Mountain. As for why she asked Fang Yuan for help, it was because He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled, agreeing, "This is indeed a good plan. I am willing to act as the middleman. As for the remuneration, we can discuss it in detail." Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile and her heart sank. She thought, "It's coming." She knew that Fang Yuan was thick-skinned and black-hearted. It was clear that she was going to be extorted. She nodded with a bitter smile. He Lulan seemed to be prepared. She spoke, "Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to descend? How about this? I will stay behind to help you defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the heavenly tribulation. Treat it as the remuneration for Tai Bai Yunxing restoring Minuscule Mountain. How about it?" Chapter 8:22. Fang Yuan was an astute person. He immediately shook his head. These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is under old ancestor Shui whose control. He Lulan did not join Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are only an outsider. You can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Fang Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin. She laughed and continued to argue with Fang Yuan. Both sides argued. After a while, they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Fang Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Guts Gu gains. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was facing the earthly calamity. He Lulan had to do her best to help Fang Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan about immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shui whose resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain. Old ancestor Shui who only borrowed it to take a look. He did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Shui who defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's status immediately rose. Its reputation in the Gu Immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shui who summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yao Huang and protected Minuscule Mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fangsuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunxing to help him restore Fangsuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge Gu to accumulate a lot of savings and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many Gu Immortals did not have a source of income. They could not make ends meet. They could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like Mountain Alliance vows and Gutsku transactions were rare. How could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the Gu immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. She supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was, her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections. She was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Fang Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention. But since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan tossed aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already informed Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements. I will not send you off. For the next period of time, you will eat and live in the stone nests. I have already given the order to refine air sac goo in the 3 stone nests. You will need to help. When the earthly calamity arrives and I need your help, I will call for you." He Lulan heard this and immediately felt that something was amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he was completely using her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw that her expression was somewhat ugly, but did not say anything. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze He Lulan's greatest value out of her, how could it be his style? After making the arrangements for He Lulan, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. He opened the secret door and entered the secret room. He once again saw Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul was extremely weak and was firmly imprisoned here. Even when it saw Fang Yuan, it did not move. Fang Yuan had intentionally weakened it, so Dongfang Naganori's soul was extremely weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He was very wary of this old fox. But now, he had to search its soul again. But he had to replenish it first. Immediately, Fang Yuan crushed a few air sac goo and used guts goo on Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered by more than half. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw and pressed on the soul searching it. Dongfang Naganori did not resist at all. After all, Fang Yuan had already searched it thoroughly. He had no secrets from Fang Yuan. He seemed to have completely accepted his fate. His heart was dead. A legendary figure. Falling to such a state, it was truly a pity. Fang Yuan, however, remained vigilant. After soul-searching, he checked the goo worm arrangements in the secret room. To prevent any accidents from happening, he did not leave any hope for Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw all these actions. His heart was cold to the bone. He thought, how did I end up in the hands of such a person? There was no path to heaven, no door to earth. A hopeless situation was a path. There was no chance of survival. While feeling despair in his heart, he also felt a strange sense of admiration. On Fang Yuan's body, Dongfang Naganori felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room and closed the secret door, inspecting it carefully and making sure there were no mistakes before returning to the main hall. He sat cross-legged on the bed, star thoughts surging in his mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Dongfang Naganori had no more secrets. He had basically been squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan still kept him alive, mainly to set a trap for Minuscule Mountain. Currently, even though Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan could not snatch it due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. But the alliance agreement was not impossible. For example, Fairy Li Shan's time path killer move could delay the damage from breaking the oath. Furthermore, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Naganori had established an alliance agreement with Minuscule Mountain. From Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan learned that this alliance agreement also used Mountain Pledge Gu. It should be on Minuscule Mountain. The two sides of the alliance agreement were not just Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Gu Immortal, but the whole of Dongfang tribe and Miniman tribe. The Miniman tribe, Fairy Li Shan, was definitely going to raise them and make use of them. This way, Dongfang Naganori's soul still had some value. It was a useful weapon. But this weapon could not be used now. There might not be a chance to use it in the future. But Fang Yuan was hiding it. He was just casually laying down a chess piece. It was better to be prepared. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away Wisdom Gu at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Wisdom Gu stopped flying. It stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Fang Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, Wisdom Gu started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought Gu. Star Thought Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. As Star Thought Gu were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind continuously. At once, it was like starlight was shining in his mind. After a while, it became like a summer night sky. Countless stars were shining together. It was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited. It was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly. They collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities, all sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Fang Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier he was just testing his skills. This wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him. It was even better than he had expected. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable. According to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path, there were thoughts, wills, and emotions. In terms of thoughts, there were many types and types. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other. They had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others. They were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it, how many thoughts would one need to deduce an Immortal Gu recipe or Immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Fang Yuan sighed. If I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Gu Immortal long ago. Fang Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks. Only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfang Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Gu master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of Gu Immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you, it has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, Vanishing Immortal Essence Scattering Rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous Vanishing Immortal powder, it can't be this strange and powerful. Our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round, we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Du Stain. Thus, we came to this round. We were hit by the Vanishing Immortal powder but could not defend against it. We could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Su Baiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly he said. The immortals quickly conversed. After getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds, they were very difficult to deal with. This group of Gu Immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary Gu Immortals. It was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial, before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good. This battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves, he even introduced the old and brought forth the new, creating his own original creation. This battlefield killer move is her original creation. There is no record of it in history. This battlefield killer move does not seem to have any offensive power, but it has a huge space inside. Together with immortal scattering primordial rain, it is simply exhausting us to death. What should we do? Almost all of their methods were used. The Gu Immortals were panicking. The leader, Shark Demon, had an ashen expression. He stared at the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the group and shouted, "Budan, what are you doing? After so long, you still can't deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move." Budan was scolded and quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, saying anxiously, "I am useless. This battlefield killer move is profound and profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer moves by a huge level. My Wisdom Path inheritance is already mostly incomplete. I cannot think of a way to decipher it." This Budan was actually a living person, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie, Shark Demon, like an obedient child, obeying obediently. Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It was a huge force that surpassed ordinary super forces. Zombie Alliance's headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, There were also living goo immortals. These living goo immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies. Shark Demon's anger dissipated after scolding. He said in a dejected tone, "Bu Dan is useless. We can only use Profound Ice House and forcefully blast it, see if we can create a path." The other goo immortals were overjoyed, some had shining eyes. To think that Lord Shark Demon would actually use Profound Ice House in this trip. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were also shining brightly. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was extremely powerful, it was a dominating force, it was the leader of the super forces. Forget about others, it had 3 immortal goo houses. Of course, only one was complete, the other 2 were damaged beyond repair. But even if it was an incomplete immortal goo house, it could barely be activated, its power was extraordinary. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters took the mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land many times and passed many rounds. The more rounds he passed, the more importance he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip to the Blessed Land, under the persuasion of his wife, Su Baiman, he spent a lot of money to rent Profound Ice House from Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Ice House. It was not big, it was round like a sphere, the outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding goo immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent, he opened the door of the ice house and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Su Baiman, and then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside, they were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal goo house. This immortal goo house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal goo house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal goo house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses, they had expended a lot of immortal essence, they were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts, they had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum, it broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped. It turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 immortal goo house, Profound Ice Incomplete House. "Come out." Inside the house, Shark Demon had a defeated expression, he shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky, the immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by Profound Ice Incomplete House breaking through the surface of the sea. But the immortals' thoughts were focused on that Yulu Blessed Land at the bottom of the sea. The immortals had already attacked Yulu Blessed Land more than once. They had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, the key was not to force their way in, they had to consider a balance. This Yulu Blessed Land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Without competition from other forces, the proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Ice Incomplete House, the immortals could only charge out of the Blessed Land, they could not break it. In that case, how should he break through the stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He put away Profound Ice Incomplete House, feeling dejected as he thought, "This is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land, we even used Profound Ice Incomplete House. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully, we had this Profound Ice Incomplete House, otherwise, we would still be trapped there. Gu Immortal Budan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark demons stared at him fiercely, the latter kept quiet. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly, they felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought Profound Ice Incomplete House with him. This Vanishing Immortal Scattered Essence Rain Killer move is too powerful. Even the Immortal Gu House could not defend against it, it landed on us directly. At the side, Tai by Yunxing, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai by Yunxing who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened, he replied. That is because this Profound Ice Incomplete House's greatest use is to help Ice Path Gu Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside, the inside is very damaged, it was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete Immortal Gu House, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it. So that's the case. Tai by Yunxing nodded, not saying anything else. Alright, this exploration of Yu Lu Blessed Land is over, everyone is dismissed. Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The immortals quickly dispersed. Tai by Yunxing, however, was not in a hurry to leave. Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter? Su Baiman asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai by Yunxing. The reason was naturally because of the man as before Immortal Gu in Tai by Yunxing's possession. Tai by Yunxing smiled. Both of you know that I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai by Yunxing did not have methods like Kenyang Laojun, he could not conceal his aura, it could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains Gu Immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench. It was a grand and majestic force of nature, it was powerful and terrifying, far exceeding the limits of rank 8 Gu Immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful, it could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Look at how calm Tai by Yunxing is, he must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map, we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time. Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting, no need. The route map is not constant. After a few earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time, the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before Immortal Gu to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits. Alright, I will listen to you. Su Baiman immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind, he affectionately embraced Su Baiman, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. I know what my wife is worried about. That's right, we were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land. This time, we used Profound Ice House, our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter, in this world, who doesn't have setbacks and failures? We still have a foundation that can support us. Now, we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you. Husband, Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li, the sky was clear, the sea and the sky merged into one, occasionally, white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai by Yunxing flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist. Mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War. There was still a gap between Gu Immortals and mortals. Most mortal Gu masters had only heard of immortals. They had never seen one. Many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunxing was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all. In Eastern Sea, he was only an outsider, thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Fang Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Hai Shi Blessed Land. After making some reputation, he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land, he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well. They naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had Time Anchor Immortal Gu. When used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the Immortal Gu man as before. But unless they had methods like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the Immortal Gu. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought, causing Fang Yuan to not even get a single Immortal Gu. The difficulty of snatching Immortal Gu. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunxing flew for a long time before he finally saw a gray spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the gray spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring. There was little vegetation. It was basically barren gray-brown rocks. Even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunxing was a Gu immortal. He did not care. He only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island. Barren land. Naturally no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the Gu formation that he had set up, to see if there were any changes. There were still some Gu formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other Gu immortals, the Gu formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless. That was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunxing had close to 10 Gu worms in his hands. These were all information path Gu worms. They carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunxing kept a low profile, as a time path healing Gu immortal, the immortal Gu he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag. They could not be hidden for long. These information path Gu worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunxing to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunxing to heal them. They wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person. He also had 2 time path immortal Gu. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing took these information path Gu worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily. He did not spend much effort on it, thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunxing first replied to these information path Gu worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a Stargate and can easily return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But in this situation I cannot directly open the Stargate. That will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunxing could be considered a celebrity now. His actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall and use the Stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan studied the Wisdom Path Inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naganori is overflowing with talent. This Wisdom Path Inheritance is mainly used for deduction. It is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hataru that he came up with is unique. It uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the #1 offensive killing move. This was Fang Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai by Yunxing. He had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hataru make Fang Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Gu. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks on the Gu Immortal's body. Gu Immortals had Dao marks on their bodies. Fang Yuan had Strength Path Dao marks, while Fire Path Gu Immortals had Fire Path Dao marks. Dongfang Naganori naturally had Wisdom Path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 Wisdom Path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If Gu Immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Dao marks they would obtain. But for Fang Yuan, it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the cores. Thus, the problem came down to one point: Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Eventually, Fang Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. He could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will, how to distinguish the type of will, how to control the enemy's will, how to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will, how to use wills to attack, things to note in a battle of wills, how to investigate wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify wills, how to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yao's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yao had shocking refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qing. She was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Fang Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Gu. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Fang Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy, it was like eating food, everyone had a mouth. Fang Yuan was not a soul path Gu Immortal, but he could still search Tai by Yunxing's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish. One needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job, only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai by Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Dang Hun Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning, he did not have the experience of his previous life to help him, he was still a distance away from using them. "Junior brother, how have you been?" Tai by Yunxing smiled. He was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea. Now that he was facing Fang Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed. To him, Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fang Yuan was like home. Fang Yuan gestured for him to sit down. Seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You are injured. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly. He said with lingering fear, I am different now. I have just entered Eastern Sea. I am already attracting attention. I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me, I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall. It is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery, but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective. My 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this. I heard junior brother had great gains this time? Ha! Fang Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai Bai Yunxing that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Fang Yuan only concealed some things. He told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yunxing. Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunxing leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile. Junior brother, you are making fun of me. I have heard these words so many times, they have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a Gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them. Fang Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first-ranked 9 Gu immortal in human history, primordial origin immortal venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Rinzhu. But in my opinion, these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is, Dao. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying again, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan spoke frankly, man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contains some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards. Humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. They use Gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce, finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that Gu masters nurturing Gu were nurturing Tao. Gu masters using Gu were using Tao. Gu masters refining Gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused for a moment, before continuing. So in one sentence, Gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A Gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Fang Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth. It only has Tao marks at most. Take my Hu immortal blessed land for example. It has the most basic time path Tao marks. That is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time. It has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Dao marks, so the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little Hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Dao marks usually has a small area, but the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Dao marks. It is because of these Dao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in Hu immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "That's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Dao marks, thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Dao marks are the least, thus there are no mountains in the blessed land, the soil is not fertile. Space path Dao marks are ordinary, but when combined together, the land is not huge, but the sky is very high." As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light. He had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing, that is the number of Dao marks in the blessed land. Fang Yuan continued. A blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison Gu worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Dao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Dao marks of mortal Gu are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Dao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed, mortal Gu will be useless. Why can immortal Gu not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal Gu are fragments of laws, they have their own bodies, like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal Gu fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Dao marks. Let's talk about Gu immortals. When Gu immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Dao marks. But Gu immortals have immortal bodies. They are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Dao marks on the body. When a Gu immortal invades the blessed land, the more Dao marks there are, the more the Gu immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Dao marks there are, the less the blessed land's suppression will be. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks, they were much fewer than the Dao marks on his body. When Fang Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode, the Dao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfang Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. And in the world of Gu masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial origin immortal venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, was a more detailed explanation of Dao. Primordial origin immortal venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching, he merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots. Gu immortals at the peak, they could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary Gu masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable, but Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations, they could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was in the Gu Master Civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Fang Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Fang Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yunxing would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yunxing's current state. The two conversed for a while more before Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Fang Yuan had lived two lives, his enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just a simple Dao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yunxing, causing him to concede defeat. The land spirit of Langia definitely had the best experience in raising hairy men. Fang Yuan did not have immortal Yuan stone, but he had a wisdom path inheritance. He had many immortal Gu recipes and a large number of immortal materials. They were what the land spirit of Langia desired. Could he use these things to transact with the land spirit of Langia? Fang Yuan went with hope, but he ended up with a swollen face. The land spirit of Langia had a firm attitude. It was like an iron wall, there was no room for negotiation. You want to get hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to transact with me, there is only one way, that is to complete the mission. The land spirit of Langia brought up the matter again. He still wanted that rank 6 poisonous flowers petals. Fang Yuan was a little moved this time. He thought about it and asked, if I obtain these Gu refinement immortal materials for you, can you sell them to me as hairy man slaves? Or a portion of your experience in raising hairy men? The land spirit of Langia waved his sleeves, rejecting him. Impossible, anything related to hairy men is not for sale, you better give up on this idea. But if you can obtain the immortal materials I want, I can give you the Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. In fact, not only do I have the rank 1 to 5 all-out effort mortal Gu recipes, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal Gu recipe. Isn't this what you want? The land spirit of Langia threw out this bait. Fang Yuan was indeed moved, but Fang Yuan was a little angry. The land spirit of Langia was using Fang Yuan as a tool, but how could it be so easy to obtain the immortal material flower petals? The risk was too high. Fang Yuan was risking his life for it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How many times had Fang Yuan taken advantage of the land spirit of Langia? But during the Northern Plains auction, the land spirit had suffered a huge loss. It was so painful that it woke up. Thus, the reason why the land spirit of Langia was so difficult to deal with was because of Fang Yuan. Only with effort would there be gains. Conversely, there was a price to pay for the gains. Fang Yuan obtained so many immortal materials without any effort. The price was that his relationship with the land spirit of Langia fell to a freezing point. But the land spirit was formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. It was very stubborn. Even though it would not lie, it would not change its mind easily once it made up its mind. Thus, at this moment, Fang Yuan could not think of anything else. Langia Blessed Land could not help him much, not to mention getting financing from the land spirit of Langia. The plan failed. Fang Yuan could only sigh deeply. He focused his attention on the Blessed Land's tribulation. 2 days later, Myriad Self-Giant Hand Rise. Fang Yuan activated an immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed onto the 4 corners of Dang Hun Mountain, lifting it up, while the remaining 4 held onto the bottom of Dang Hun Mountain, lifting it up. Dang Hun Mountain rose rapidly. Soon, it was 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Tai Bai Yunxing stood in the sky. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Inside the stone nest, He Lulan looked from afar, seeing the huge Dang Hun Mountain floating in the sky. She muttered. In such a short time, he became stronger again. This time, Feng Yuan lifted Dang Hun Mountain much more easily than before. Not only because of the 8 strength path hands, but also because pulling Mountain Immortal Goo had completely fused into the killer move Myriad Self, becoming the core. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo originally. But after Cleanse Soul was hungry, it could not be used, so Self-Strength was used instead. Now, Myriad Self was the core of the killer move. There were already 2, one was Self-Strength, the other was Pulling Mountain. Don't be dazed, receive it. Feng Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly opened his immortal aperture, as the 8 strength path hands lightly placed Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture blessed land. Alright, the land spirit will lead you to collect some resources in the blessed land. Feng Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, and was led by Little Hu Immortal. She disappeared in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan landed on the ground. Without Dang Hun Mountain, the blessed land was empty. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and activating Time Luck Immortal Goo. Next, in his immortal aperture's dead land, countless mortal goo also flew up. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, with Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core. With the mortal goo as support, countless goo worms gathered to form a white gold fog of light. The fog of light flew up. It flew across the gray sky, and after flying for several li, it arrived beside a group of goo master captives. These captives were from Dong Fong tribe. They had been imprisoned in the underground prison by Feng Yuan, but now, they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the fog of light shrouded them, these captives shouted in fear, "What is this?" A bad feeling arose in their hearts. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and couldn't move a single step. The white gold fog of light revolved around them, from slow to fast. It rotated until it formed into a white gold whirlpool. The white gold whirlpool brewed for a while, and suddenly, with a loud sound, a white gold pillar of light burst out. Immortal killer move, Time Aid Luck. The pillar of light pierced out of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, moving up along his spine and shooting out of Feng Yuan's head, straight into the sky. After a few breaths of time, the pillar of light vanished. At the same time, the white gold whirlpool in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture also vanished completely. On the rotten ground, the corpses of Dong Fong tribe captives were strewn all over. These corpses were all old and withered, most of them were young, but now they were old beyond recognition. Time Aid Luck had such an effect. By snatching the lifespan of others, the Goo Immortal could temporarily increase their luck. I am not resigned to this. You killed us, murderer. We will turn into malicious ghosts to haunt you. For your own selfishness, you slaughtered innocent living beings. You are a sinner. You are a murderer. Ah, eat him, eat him. Suddenly, countless vicious remnant souls appeared in Feng Yuan's body. They surrounded Feng Yuan's soul and attacked. Feng Yuan sneered. His tall immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body, however, retaliated, clashing fiercely with the remnant souls. Chapter 830. The killer move Time Assist Luck did not consume the user's lifespan and could increase their luck, but it had 2 flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the remnant soul. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant soul was very fierce, soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods, they could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, even soul path Goo immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use Time Assist Luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, 1 day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the Goo immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a Goo immortal, from death to life, was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Fang Yuan kept time luck Immortal Gu and the other Mortal Gu, before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection Immortal Gu. I cannot see the changes in my luck. I cannot see the effect of time assist luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a method. He had luck inspection Mortal Gu. He could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget, he had already connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Li, and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water. The amount was the same. Fang Yuan's bowl suddenly had more water. He would immediately divide it into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Fang Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yi Fan was like a monkey, moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks. At times, he climbed and grabbed long vines, flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast. It was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands, and other places. Yi Fan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead, they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue face goo is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it. It is a transformation path rank 3 goo. It can change the appearance of a male goo master. I am currently being hunted down. This goo worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no! I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation. The longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be. After the time limit, I might turn into a half-man half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue face goo escape. Just as Yi Fan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yi Fan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it, after so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh, without a goo worm that specializes in capturing wild goo, it is like being empty-handed. This is so troublesome. Yi Fan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched. He was extremely disappointed. Versold. The rank 3 goo master was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth and finally used his trump card goo worm. Immediately, his heart emptied. His lifespan was reduced by 2 years in exchange for 20% of his rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% of his primeval essence to activate his movement goo worm. His speed increased sharply, and in a few breaths of time, he was behind Han Li. He then used the other 10% of primeval essence to activate a stone fist, which he shot out. The stone fist would definitely kill Han Li. But the goo master's eyes flashed and he dispelled this thought. On one hand, he was afraid of breaking the nodding stones on Han Li. On the other hand, the goo master hated Han Li and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Thus, this stone fist brushed past Han Li's right leg and flew out, crashing into a group of tall and thick rocks. A series of muffled sounds rang out, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly everywhere. Han Li was heavily injured. His right leg was fractured. But he had a strong heart. He knew his life was hanging by a thread. He screamed and pounced forward with all his strength. His body was small and thin. He just happened to get close to the rock gap. The rank 3 goo master was shocked. His primeval essence was completely exhausted. He had no other choice. Could he really let this brat escape? But soon, the goo master calmed down. Although Han Li jumped into the rock gap, his head was bleeding and his right leg was fractured. He was dizzy and couldn't get up. Brat, you really know how to run. Run again. The rank 3 goo master had a fierce expression. He slowly walked towards Han Li. Han Li felt despair. He subconsciously moved backwards. but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 Gu master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Han Li. He laughed sinisterly as he entered the rock gap. Boom! Suddenly, the few tall rocks that formed the crevice collapsed, pressing the rank 3 Gu master under the rocks. The rank 3 Gu master's ribs were crushed, his organs were pierced. After struggling for a while, he died on the spot. Han Li was left standing there in a daze. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. This Gu refinement competition had already reached its final stage. 16 young Gu masters sat cross-legged in the square, refining Gu at the same time under everyone's gazes. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was getting closer and closer. Although Universal Life Academy was only a small sect, all Central Continent sects had a quota to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. In Universal Life Academy, there were only 3 quotas. They were reserved for disciples, elders, and external elders. Right now, 16 Gu master disciples were competing for the sole quota. This competition is reaching its crucial moment. That's right, there is a final hurdle in refining Beauty Gu. It tests the Gu master's control over their mind. They have to unite their palms to prevent the fire from going out of control. Look, Xiao Yu has already reached this hurdle. He is purposely slowing down his refinement speed to give himself enough time to react. The spectating disciples discussed in low voices, analyzing the situation in the field. A moment later, 2 more people reached the final hurdle. As expected, it is Xie Lan and Lu Wen. The 2 of them and Xiao Yu are publicly recognized as the 3 most talented disciples of our academy in terms of refinement path. The final winner of this competition should be one of the 3 of them. Maybe a dark horse will jump out? Hee, that is not possible. Refinement path cultivation requires a lot of practice. It cannot be done in one go. Even if someone practices secretly, they will expend a huge amount of resources. The process of buying Gu refinement materials cannot be concealed. Oh no! Hong Yi shouted in his heart. The flames in his hands were flickering, crackling as they burned, as if they were going to explode at any moment. The explosion was not terrifying. After all, the academy had set a test. They had to consider the safety of the disciples. Failed. Hong Yi's heart sank. The flames in his hands had completely left his control. They even flew out of his hands. At once, Hong Yi felt bitter. I still failed in the end. Choo. He had been practicing Gu refinement at night recently. He had been cramming at the last minute, but now that he was relaxed, he was covered in sweat and sneezed. As he sneezed at the flames in front of him, they were extinguished. A fully refined red beauty Gu fell on the floor of the square with a bang. Refined. Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone was petrified. An elder who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth. Even the academy's headmaster, Hong Yi's father, subconsciously stood up. He had a strange expression. He was extremely shocked. This sneeze, it was like a refinement path master's technique. It actually passed the final hurdle in one go and refined the red beauty Gu successfully. Hong Yi, this kid, what kind of dog shit luck does he have? Who Immortal blessed land? Fang Yuan, Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan and the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, stood together in the sky, silently waiting for the arrival of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity will it be this time? Little Hu Immortal looked at her master. Fang Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, this tribulation is different from the previous one. We have 3 Gu immortals and moved away Dang Hun Mountain. We have taken away many resources, greatly reducing the blessed land's foundation. Furthermore, I have also increased my luck. My chance of passing the tribulation has increased to 80%. The heavenly Tao takes away excess and makes up for deficiency. It is about balance. The deeper the blessed land's foundation, the stronger the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan moved Dang Hun Mountain and the rest of the precious resources into Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture. This way, he reduced his luck and lowered the difficulty of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. In the trip to Imperial Court Blessed Land, he once again experienced the wonders of luck path. He knew that the stronger his master's luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. It could be said that Fang Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that Fang Yuan would fail to resist the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were many types of earthly calamities. Normally no one would know what an earthly calamity was. Chapter 8:32. Who Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Looking back at this earthly calamity, if one were to talk about danger, there really wasn't anything. But this earthly calamity targeted the weakness of Fang Yuan's side. It was truly disgusting. Fang Yuan had 3 Gu immortals on his side, but they could only watch as the earthly calamity happened and try to make up for it afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was the safest place for her now. Under Fang Yuan's arrangements, she continued to use Strength Qi Immortal Gu to help the hairy man slaves in the stone nests refine air sac Gu in large numbers. Right now, air sac Gu were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Air sac Gu was a one-time consumable storage Gu. It was paired with guts Gu and sold. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan squeezed out He Lulan's value. The 3 stone nests refined Gu crazily, creating large numbers of air sac Gu. Right now, there were too many air sac Gu. Guts Gu could not keep up. Fang Yuan changed the refinement plan. He only used 1 stone nest to refine air sac Gu, while the other 2 refined star thought mortal Gu. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger. Because the deal had already been made. Before the tribulation, He Lulan would help the hairy men refine air sac Gu. In the future, these air sac Gu that contained guts Gu would be sold to Fang Yuan alone. Now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had passed the tribulation, He Lulan would get a share of the profits from guts Gu. He Lulan also lacked money. More accurately speaking, for newly advanced Gu immortals like her. Almost none of them did not lack money. Especially now, Fairy Li Shan's wealth was drying up. She could not support He Lulan's cultivation anymore. He Lulan's desire for Immortal Yuan Stone became even stronger. But just as she wanted to expand her plans and accumulate her foundation, Fang Yuan reduced the scale of refining air sac Gu. He Lulan was helpless. The 3 stone nests all belonged to Fang Yuan. He could refine whatever he wanted. He didn't need to care about the opinions of others. But how could He Lulan give up so easily? She found Fang Yuan. He personally negotiated, hoping that Fang Yuan would at least give up 2 stone nests to refine air sac Gu and promote the guts Gu trade. Fang Yuan warmly received her and then emotionally told her about his difficulties. Fairy Lulan, it's not that I don't want to expand production. It was really a headache. You saw it earlier, in the process of refining air sac Gu, many hairy men died. If I add more hairy men, the cost will increase. But Star thought Gu's refinement was much gentler. The hairy men suffered lesser losses. I have already lost at least 30% of my hairy men. If the losses continued, he would have to buy hairy man slaves. But as you can see, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land just underwent its tribulation. The losses are huge, so we need to be thrifty in all aspects. He Lulan frowned when she heard this. She felt very uncomfortable. She almost blurted out the words bullshit. Even if He Lulan did not know about Fang Yuan's background, she was clear. Before Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he transferred all of his precious resources to Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. He did not suffer any huge losses. And in Jade Pool Blessed Land, he snatched so many resources. He also obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could be said to be one of the biggest winners in the Battle of Taichiu. The guts Gu trade had always been very popular. Most of the profits went into Fang Yuan's pockets. Even if Fang Yuan had no money, he could afford to buy a small group of hairy man slaves. Fang Yuan complained to He Lulan about his poverty. but seeing that He Lulan was unhappy, his smile did not change. He said, "Actually, in my opinion, the plan I suggested earlier is feasible." Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubble fish were named Dragonscale Lake and Jadebeard Lake by Fang Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragonscale Lake was the largest. There were large numbers of dragonfish living in it. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jadebeard Lake, there were large numbers of thick clouds. There were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. Chapter 8:33. Fang Yuan had also placed the Starlight Firefly group into Tai by Yunsheng's Immortal aperture earlier. A portion of the Star Fragment Grass group had also been moved away. It had completely merged and returned to its original size. The blood poison herb's poisonous blood only contaminated the ground. It did no harm to the Star Fragment Grassland in the sky. Dragonscale Lake and Jadebeard Lake faced each other. Between the two lakes, as well as around them, there were many small lakes that had been created. These small lakes and ponds did not use any special soil. Dragonscale soil and Jadebeard soil were Gu refinement materials. Although they did not reach the standard of immortal materials, with such a large amount, Fang Yuan had to pay a huge price to create these two lakes. In these small lakes, there were some remnant water wolves and shark fin wolves. The desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan had subdued was also roaming around here, hunting the fish in the small lakes when it was hungry. In the small lakes and ponds, there were a vast number of green jade crucian carps. These green jade crucian carps had tenacious vitality like grass. The poisonous blood could not poison them to death. Instead, a portion of them mutated and turned into blood jade crucian carps. In the market, these blood jade crucian carps were several times more expensive than green jade crucian carps. And at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan did the same thing, digging soil, setting up a Gu formation and using charcoal rocks to create a large lake. But this lake did not have a single drop of water. Instead, hot steam rose, charcoal rocks covered the bottom of the lake. When the wind blew, the ash-black charcoal rocks would shine with a bright red light. This lake was named Charcoal Lake by Fang Yuan. It was the second best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The best method was the Dongfang tribe's main camp, the Jade Pool Paradise. Fang Yuan had learned of this best method from Dongfang Naginori's soul. It could be said to be very clear. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's wealth was not enough to support it, especially when the initial investment was simply too much. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan could only use the second best charcoal rocks to create the eerie fire dragon python's nest. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons in there and allowed them to develop. Far away, Fang Yuan dug up a small lake every once in a while, but he did not put any soil in it. He set up a simple Gu formation before pouring the poisonous blood that he took out from his immortal aperture into it. This poisonous blood, under the isolation of the Gu formation, only a small portion would seep out every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan dug out hundreds and thousands of small blood lakes. Why did Fang Yuan do this? This was the relationship between heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations and blessed lands. As he had said before, Gu Qing Shan's Gu, Fang Yuan, and Gu Qing Gu. The deeper the heritage of the blessed land, the stronger the fortune, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. For example, in the earthly calamity of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the desolate beast swamp crab carried gruel mud Immortal Gu. It was Immortal Gu Immortal Blessed Land's most valuable treasure. In the end, Dang Hun Mountain turned into a pile of mud and only survived after Fang Yuan's rescue. Gu Shen Gu 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 Master Dao. You have an advantage in one respect. If you provoked the jealousy of the heavens, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would come to weaken you. Of course, there were too many types of calamities. This rule was not absolute. It could only be said that the possibility was very high. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. Actually, in Hu Immortal blessed land, there were many flowers and grasses growing there, like the blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, the 6 divine grass with 6 slender leaves and a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. But these flowers and grasses could only be used to refine rank 1 or 2 mortal goo. Their value was far lower than blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood seeped into the soil, turning a portion of the roots and seeds of these flowers and grasses into blood scythe grass seeds and red axe flowers. Most importantly, the increase in blood path Dao marks transformed Hu Immortal blessed land's environment, giving blood scythe grass and red axe flowers a foundation to grow. Rank 6 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7 Gu immortals. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven, filled with danger but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would transform this world, giving birth to even more valuable things. These things would provide Gu immortals with cultivation resources. Initially, Hu Immortal blessed land could only plant large amounts of ordinary flowers and grasses. At that time, the soil was shallow, there was no water or wind. Even if they planted blue degree grass or horseshoe grass, they would not survive. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and went extinct. Hu Immortals suffered heavy losses, but they gained new wood path and earth path Dao marks. And because of the fire, there were fire path Dao marks. After the flood, there were water path Dao marks. With these Dao marks, Hu Immortal blessed land's environment was improved. Hu Immortal was able to transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, and milk tea flowers. Although these fortuitous encounters allowed the blessed land to be greatly improved, there would be losses in every earthly calamity. It depended on the Gu Immortal's ability to manage it. Hu Immortal's strength continued to fall. During the 5th earthly calamity, she finally died from the blue charm lightning shadow. After Feng Yuan inherited the blessed land, he barely survived the 6th desolate beast calamity, swamp crab. Together with this one, Hu Immortal blessed land had already survived the 7th earthly calamity. After this earthly calamity, Hu Immortal blessed land gained blood path Dao marks. It became the environment for flowers and grasses like blood scythe grass and red axe flowers to grow. Old farmers knew what kind of land and what kind of crops would have the best harvest. When Feng Yuan managed the blessed land, he had to adapt to the local conditions and play to his strengths. He did not allow Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before, and instead dug the poisonous blood lakes himself. It was because of this reason. In fact, not just these flowers and grasses, with these blood path Dao marks, I can raise blood trace foxes. The blood patterned fox's reproduction rate would be much higher than any other fox pack from before. The annual production will be much higher if I buy some experience in raising blood trace foxes. If I am lucky, I can even enter the market and sell them for some money. But blood trace foxes were in the middle of the food chain. Feng Yuan still needed to bring in some blood trace rabbits as the main food of the fox group. What did the blood trace rabbits eat? They naturally had to eat blood scythe grass. Chapter 8:35. On this day, Fang Jing finished listening to another elder's public lecture and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shi Hong. Elder Fang Jing. Shi Hong greeted first. Fang Jing returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shi Hong, was older than Fang Jing, and was a senior brother several generations above Fang Jing. I would like to ask Elder Fang Jing, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention, one of them is to refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo. And to refine this goo, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen lion mane, as well as a goo refinement method. But I keep failing at this step. I don't know what the correct goo refinement method is. Fang Jing was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes. His battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal goo masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenshuru secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fang Jing answered, "This goo refinement method is called one after another hand. Its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen lion mane together. To refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the goo refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the goo refinement will easily fail." Fang Jing repeated Master Tenshuru's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the goo refinement method, one after another hands. Shi Hong's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked. "Many thanks to Elder Fang Jing for your guidance. I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand?" Fang Jing smiled. He had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. "No more. That's all." Disciple will take his leave. Shi Hong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fang Jing walked for a while, but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. "This Shi Hong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. Hee, you can see it now. Not bad, not bad." Master Tenshuru grinned. "Shifu," Fang Jing cried out inwardly, "so you already knew." "Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out, your age is there, everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path. Yet, Shi Hong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it?" Master Tenshuru paused and asked Fang Jing, "Do you know why he made things difficult for you?" Fang Jing was baffled. Master Tenshuru laughed heartily and explained, "It's because Shi Hong likes the female disciple, Yu. Yu was Elder Yen Tang's daughter. Elder Yen Tang was alone, he was ostracized in Crane Gate, he did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in Immortal Crane sex history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you?" Fang Jing exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fang Jing. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. "You remember now, do you remember now? Ha! Silly boy." Master Tenshuru was very happy to see Fang Jing stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping, regardless of gender, age, or life or death. Fang Jing sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said in annoyance, "Scheming and benefits, I really don't like it. From now on, if Elder Yen Tang invites me again, I will reject him. I am an elder anyway, I have the same rank as him, it is not a big deal to reject him. Silly boy, which organization in this world is not maintained by benefits? There is true love, but it is because it is rare that it is precious." Master Tenshuru sighed, "Don't avoid this, I advise you not to reject Elder Yen Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, don't ruin your relationship with Elder Yen Tang. Because right now, you are even more isolated than Elder Yen Tang." "Let's not talk about this, Master, I just mentioned the Refinement Path Convention. Recently, be it disciples or elders, they are all discussing it. What is this refinement path convention? Fang Zheng purposely changed the topic. You better ask me this question, don't ask anyone else. Otherwise, they will look at you like you are an idiot. I will tell you in detail. This refinement path convention is not ordinary, it is a grand event that happens once every 100 years in Central Continent. That is to say, without any lifespan extension methods, most Gu masters can only participate once in their lives. Master Tenshuru answered. Fang Zheng spoke. Refinement Path Convention, is it a grand event for Refinement Path Gu masters? That is not the case. Gu master cultivation has three aspects: nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. The Refinement Path Convention is not a grand event that only Refinement Path Gu masters can participate in. As long as you have skills in Gu refinement or have experience, you can participate in this grand event. Master Tenshuru continued. The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is definitely the #1 Refinement Path grand event in the world. Every Refinement Path convention, hundreds of thousands of Gu masters will participate. They come from sects of all sizes in Central Continent. Even Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Gu masters will appear. Southern Border. Fang Zheng's thoughts were evoked. He could not help but think of Qing Mao Mountain. He then asked, then what are the 4 major entrance exams that Shi Hong mentioned just now? Master Tenshuru said everything he knew. The so-called 4 entrance tests are equivalent to the qualifications to enter. Any Gu master, no matter who, will refine Gu in their cultivation. The Refinement Path Convention has great rewards. It attracts countless Gu masters to participate. If there were no checkpoints, then there would be too many people trying their luck just to make up the numbers. Thus, there are 4 entrance tests to choose the truly outstanding Gu masters with Refinement Path attainment. That is to say, to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, one has to complete these 4 entrance tests. Fang Zheng realized. Master Tenshuru laughed. Actually, these 4 questions test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu masters with some experience can usually pass them. Fang Zheng was shocked. Master, I can't pass them. No problem. Under my guidance, you can also succeed. You can also succeed if you crazily train during this period. Lord Sky Crane said. Is that so? Then wouldn't I be able to broaden my horizons? Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Central Continent. 5 Virtues Mountain. There was a huge crowd that flowed like a river. It surrounded 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent. It was the territory of a mid-sized sect, 5 Virtues sect. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the 5 Virtues sect could be considered a major power. Especially because of its deep background, the current sect leader of 5 Virtues sect was an elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. Heavenly Lotus sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was a super force. Thus, although 5 Virtues sect had not been established for long, its development was smooth. The surrounding veteran forces did not dare to suppress it. Fang Yuan was disguised as a mortal Gu master. Right now, he was mixed in the crowd, slowly walking towards 5 Virtues Mountain from the foot of the mountain. He wore a black robe. He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He wore a mask on his face and a rain hat on his head. The brim of the hat was very low, casting a shadow under the sunlight, even covering Fang Yuan's shoulders. But this attire was not eye-catching in the crowd. Many people were covering him. Even more than him. As the crowd slowly moved forward, Fang Yuan saw the entrance of 5 Virtues sect. This tall archway had 16 huge pillars and was more than 300 feet wide. It was even taller than a 5-story building. The words 5 Virtues sect were written on the door plaque, shining with golden light. Below the archway, there were 6 stone lions. It was extraordinarily mighty and imposing. After passing the entrance, there was a large path, with stairs paved with top-quality green jade stones. It was like a green river, leisurely climbing up 5 Virtues Mountain. Beside the large path, there were shady trees, verdant and verdant. Mountain winds blew from time to time, bringing a trace of coolness. The crowd rubbed shoulders with each other, people squeezed against each other, there were all kinds of people. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around. On his left, there was a group of long-haired female Gu masters, wearing the same flowery dress, they should be from the same sect. On his right, there was a white-clothed young master, fanning himself with a folding fan and riding a leopard, his eyes constantly glancing at the group of female Gu masters. On his left, there was a master and disciple, wearing shabby clothes, talking to each other. "Master, there are so many people." The disciple sighed. The master chuckled, "There are too many people, don't get separated." "Good disciple, your refinement path talent is very high, this is your chance to soar in the world. It is not difficult for you to pass the 4 entry questions, but you must get a good ranking. Only then will others look at you in a different light and fight to recruit you." The disciple smiled proudly. "Master, don't worry. This time I will definitely get first place. The reward for getting first place will be a goo worm to treat your illness." The master was about to speak, but suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The master was pushed to the ground, and the disciple cried out in shock, hurrying to support him. "Move aside! Move aside!" A group of tall and strong men walked over with an arrogant aura. Behind them, an old Gu master with a sinister gaze was leisurely sitting on a recliner, being carried by 4 people. Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Lord and Han, has arrived, hurry and make way. The man leading the way shouted, "Let's go, Flying Frost Sect's people are here. We can't afford to offend them." Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word, "Scram." His tone was calm, cold, and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Fang Yuan retracted his aura again. The surroundings were empty, there was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. Fang Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Fang Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Fang Yuan's nebula, it was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore, it quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Fang Yuan's 3rd killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared, it helplessly moved along with Fang Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The 2 wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Fang Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Fang Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too stupid, too arrogant. At most, we will go our separate ways." Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased, it actually attempted suicide, it was trying to destroy itself. Fang Yuan chuckled, he had already calculated this move, with a thought, a starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide, the fake will continue to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continue to be produced. Even Fang Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow, it maintained a certain size, it could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch, I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Fang Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Fang Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Fang Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live. As long as there was a trace of hope, even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. Chapter 839. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan silently stood up and slowly walked out of the arena. Such deep refinement path attainment. He is actually multitasking, slowing down the refinement speed of the 9 ghost fire goo embryonic forms, and refining the last ghost fire goo at an extremely fast speed. Ghost fire goo refinement itself is extremely taxing on the mind, but he is still able to do it easily at this moment. Does he cultivate soul path or wisdom path? And Han was bewildered. First elder? A disciple beside and Han reminded softly. What is it? And Han regained his senses, his face heating up. Unknowingly, he had already stood up from his seat. Losing his composure like this was a huge loss of face. At this time, Flying Frost Sect's leader looked at Han. This was the refinement path convention. He naturally had to use refinement path as a method to regain his face. And Han's heart jumped. He knew the leader's intention. He could only brace himself and enter the arena. Seeing their first elder enter the arena, many Flying Frost Sect disciples outside the arena cheered loudly. Their dejected expressions were swept away. Even outsiders, seeing the famous Han enter the arena, could not help but look at him favorably. But among the crowd, there were discerning people. At this time, an old Gu master sighed softly. This Han is in trouble. Why is that, master? Beside the old Gu master, a youngster was puzzled. This pair of master and disciple was the pair of lone cultivators who had gone to 5 Virtues sect to register and were pushed to the ground by the strong men who cleared the path for Han when they walked beside Fang Yuan. That demonic path Gu master, Fang Yuan, is extremely amazing. His refinement path attainment is deep. That move just now was more than just multitasking. To achieve this, I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. The difficulty in this. Outsiders cannot see it, only the more experienced refinement path Gu masters are. Only then will they understand. This Han is also quite skilled. But precisely because of this, he knows he cannot compare to the demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Look at how he lost his composure and stood up. His mind has already been captured by Fang Yuan. The old Gu master spoke with assurance, but his voice was naturally very low. In his current state, if he wants to refine Gu, he might not even be able to display half of his true abilities. And most importantly, since Fang Yuan had already won first place, no matter how hard Han worked, nothing could be changed in this respect. Unless he found another way and used far less time than Fang Yuan, he would not be able to save the Flying Frost sect's lost face. Unfortunately, if he had this talent, he wouldn't have stayed in the Flying Frost Pavilion for so many years. The young Gu master nodded, agreeing, "Master, you are right. This Flying Frost sect's pavilion lord was an amateur in Gu refinement. It was a completely foolish move to send troops this time. Impatient for quick results. This is like what Master taught me. You cannot be impatient in Gu refinement. You cannot be impatient. I think it's the same principle for managing a sect." The old Gu master heard this. His eyes lit up, and he looked at his only disciple with gratification. "Not bad, my disciple, you are indeed talented and intelligent." He had the root of wisdom and comprehension. The great Tao of the world actually led to the same destination. You can understand the principle of Gu refinement. From other aspects, it can be seen that your refinement path attainment has already reached a higher level. This second round of competition will definitely be a great success. The young Gu master smiled. "This is all because of Master's teachings. You did not hide anything. If I was not picked up by Master, I would have starved to death long ago." This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing these two was as easy as killing ants. Earlier, many people targeted Ma Hongyun, but it was a blessing in disguise. Now that he was in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands, he could not do anything. Rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Or rather, old ancestor Shui Hu was a rank 8 great expert. He could suppress them with his own strength. Also, for who immortal blessed lands tribulation, Fang Yuan used time aid luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the luck path amplification was split into 4 portions. Fang Yuan only kept 1 portion. The other 3 had their own fortuitous encounters, but the effect on Fang Yuan was not obvious. This was also because Fang Yuan was too strong. He had already become an immortal. For the same luck to affect him, it was much more difficult than affecting those mortals. Right now, more and more people were stirring up the commotion. Everyone had the heart of the crowd. There was no need for Flying Frost Sect's people to add fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "We can duel, but I am not interested in these things. If I lose, I will give you green shine gu. But if you lose, you will become my slave and listen to me for life." "Disciple, you mustn't." Old man Qi Shan turned pale with fright. He quickly stopped him. Everyone whispered to each other, saying that Fang Yuan had a good idea. The other party was a refinement path genius. His future was limitless. If he won, wouldn't he get a refinement path master level slave? "Senior, isn't your request too harsh?" No matter how young Zheng Shanchuan was, he would not make such a bet easily. After all, it concerned his future. It would decide his life's fate. "Of course you can reject. But let me tell you clearly, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, saying, "And do you think there are many green shine gu? This is the best choice for curing heat poison. Lad, the tree wants peace but the wind does not stop. The child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him. Many things wait for no man. Many times, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Could it be that this person saw through my master's heat poison?" Zheng Shanchuan was inwardly shocked. Fang Yuan's words of, "The child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life," had deeply affected him. "Disciple, you mustn't duel. We can think of another way." Old man Qi Shan had a grim expression. He was an experienced veteran. Fang Yuan's words were like bait. He had sinister intentions. It was specially used to lure inexperienced youngsters like Zheng Shanchuan. The duel is a matter between both parties. Outsiders cannot interfere. A Flying Frost sect elder walked over. He had a solemn expression as he said to Fang Yuan and Jing Shan solemnly, "The two of you have already disrupted the order of the stage. Would you like to duel? If it is, our sect's first elder is magnanimous. He is willing to give up the stage for the two of you. Please make a decision quickly." Old man Qi Shan cursed inwardly. He was about to speak when Fang Yuan said, "Lad, I am giving you this chance because of your filial piety. If you miss it, even if you ask me to duel in the future, I will not agree to it. I will not bully the weak. I will give you another chance. You can decide on the topic." "What, senior, you want me to decide on the topic?" Jing Shanchuan was moved. It turned out that the duel was initiated by one side. Both sides would put up their bets. But the content of the duel had to be agreed upon by both sides. For example, if one was skilled in refining a certain goo while the other had never done so, it would be too unfair. Chapter 841. Disciple. Old man Qishan was incomparably anxious. Zheng Shanchuan turned to face old man Qishan. On his handsome face, a pair of clear eyes. "Master, disciple is unfilial. This time I have to go against your will." "Master, the other party asked me to set the question. I have such a huge advantage now, there's no reason for me to not take the gamble. If I still don't take the gamble under these conditions, then this matter will surely become a sore point in my heart. How would I have the courage to continue advancing on the path of refinement in the future?" When old man Qi Shan heard this, he sank into silence. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. "My dear disciple, you are not experienced enough to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. Since the other party was willing to concede to such an extent, he must be extremely confident and have some other trump cards up his sleeves. You've been tricked. It's a pity and hateful that I, your master, am old and weak. The situation has already taken shape. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength. I can't stop it." On the surface, Elder Qi Shan stretched out his old hands and held Jing Shanchuan's shoulders. "Disciple, master knows of your filial piety. Fine, since you have your own opinions and are determined to do so, I will definitely support you with all my strength. We will use careful goo as the question. We will not bet on the success or failure of the goo refinement. We will bet on time. Whoever refines the careful goo earlier will be the winner." "Master." Zheng Shanchuan was so touched that his eyes turned red. Careful goo was old man Qi Shan's unique inheritance. It did not exist in the outside world. In order to support his disciple, old man Qi Shan contributed this precious goo recipe. He did not hesitate to let his competitor Fang Yuan see it. He even suggested that the goo refinement time would be the deciding factor. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful goo. He was definitely not familiar with it. Using time to decide the outcome was much more pressurizing than the success or failure of the refinement. It could be seen that the older, the wiser. Fang Yuan letting the other party set the topic was too much of a concession. He had fallen into a very passive situation. Zheng Shanchuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's time was the standard. It was a little too much of a bully. Even if he won, it was also somewhat unfair. But then he remembered that this matter was related to his master's safety. Even if it was an unfair victory, he had to win the green shine goo. Thus, he turned around and told the elder of the Flying Frost Pavilion his question. The Flying Frost sect hurriedly made arrangements. High Priest and Han was overjoyed and took the initiative to give up the venue. Fang Yuan and Jing Shanchuan entered the arena together to fight. The whole place was silent. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, dozens of steps apart. Jing Shanchuan first handed over Careful Goo's recipe. He handed it over to Fang Yuan. Very soon, the Flying Frost Pavilion announced the start of the battle. There were faint sounds of discussion below the stage. "I have never heard of Careful Goo. It is clearly a unique goo recipe." Fang Yuan had only taken a few glances when the battle began. "Isn't this too shameless?" Hee. It was Fang Yuan's fault for being too careless. He actually allowed the other party to set the question. "He's simply retarded. This young Gu master is not simple. He was the second place in the previous round, but actually has the first place result. Many people guessed that he had already reached the realm of refinement path master. Someone immediately scoffed at this statement. His Gu refinement foundation has been thoroughly tempered. It is simply unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is already closing in on Zheng Shanchuan. Old man Qishan frowned. He was internally shocked. This person's speed is not scary. What is scary is that he is still moving fast without getting flustered. His methods are so calm and steady that it is scary. Amazing. So amazing. This person's refinement path attainment level is probably beyond master level. Little Chuan is under pressure. He cannot get flustered or anxious at this time. Careful Gu refinement is getting harder and harder, Little Chuan. You have an advantage, you need to maintain it. The opponent is strong. If you get flustered, you will definitely lose. Zheng Shanchuan was indeed under a lot of pressure. This was normal. In a running competition, the person in the lead was usually the one with the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many tactics were to be in second or third place until they overtook the other person. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the fatigue of the body. Especially when Zheng Shanchuan saw the scene of Fang Yuan refining Gu, seeing him getting closer, he could not help but feel flustered. So strong. He has used more than 10 Gu refinement methods, he is still using them. His mental state is too strong, I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Oh no, he is catching up. Zheng Shanchuan was a youngster after all. Fang Yuan's pursuit made his mouth dry and his heart beat faster. His gaze became resolute. Forget it, I will use my trump card and leave you far behind. Zheng Shanchuan made up his mind. His Gu refinement speed slowed down as his consciousness entered his aperture, activating his Gu worms. Is Little Chuan trying to? The master and disciple were connected. Old man Qishan saw this and immediately understood Zheng Shanchuan's plan. He became nervous. Zheng Shanchuan's Gu refinement speed has slowed down. Soon, people notice this change. Is the following step very difficult? He needs to accumulate strength? Many people were guessing. They did not know the Gu recipe of careful Gu. Their guesses were not accurate. At this moment, Zheng Shanchuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with golden light. His body was covered in golden light. He stretched out his right hand slowly, his palm facing down. His fingers spread out as he pressed down steadily. At once, the golden light in his eyes and body started to move, concentrating on his right hand. The golden light moved and turned into a small golden bell. The golden bell rotated slowly, covering the fire lump as it started to spin faster and faster. It burst out with a suction force. The Gu refinement materials that were scattered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell under this suction force. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it dissipated. But what appeared in front of everyone was the embryonic form of careful Gu. The crowd went into an uproar. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves are much rarer than the killer moves of other paths. Zheng Shanchuan is so young, but he has already grasped a refinement path killer move. What is even more amazing is that he actually succeeded. This lad has incredible talent. His future is limitless. Fang Yuan is in danger. He has the strength, but he was too careless. Zheng Shanchuan has such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. He is simply going to do anything to win. I feel that even if Fang Yuan loses this competition, it will be an honorable defeat. Zheng Shanchuan let out a breath of air. He had an excited expression. I will win for sure. I used a killer move and instantly refined 6 sets of Gu refinement materials, completing the longest step in the entire Gu refinement process. Chapter 842. Time passed. Zheng Shanchuan finally completed the final few steps. The incomplete Gu worm in the lump of fire was becoming clearer. To be safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again, only to see that Fang Yuan had just finished that step, refining and fusing the 6 talents into one. At this point, Zheng Shanchuan could not help but admire Fang Yuan's steadiness. It is a pity, this victory is mine. Green Shine Gu is mine. Zheng Shanchuan shone with confidence, but the moment he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, Zheng Shanchuan, you lost, take my refinement path killer move. What? Zheng Shanchuan's heart shook, he quickly turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, only to see that Fang Yuan took out a goo worm and crushed it in front of him. At once, Zheng Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he almost jumped up. He shouted at Fang Yuan in shock and anger, You actually crushed Green Shine Gu. The moment he said that, the lump of fire in his hand became unstable, it reached a critical point and exploded. The explosion was not strong, but after the explosion, Zheng Shanchuan's handsome face was painted black. He looked like coal, he was in a sorry state. Zheng Shanchuan was stunned on the spot, he was like a statue. Such a shocking change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths of time before reacting. They went into an uproar, there was a huge commotion. Such a ruthless demonic path Gu master. He actually crushed Green Shine Gu. Zheng Shanchuan lost his composure and failed the Gu refinement. All his efforts were in vain. This Fang Yuan is too shrewd, he managed to turn the situation around at once. Zheng Shanchuan failed, he had to refine it again. And Fang Yuan's advantage is too huge. Even if Zheng Shanchuan repeats the Gu refinement process earlier, he will not be able to catch up to Fang Yuan. More importantly, he only crushed one Gu, there is no way to prove that he maliciously interfered with the other party. Oh no, he actually did this, he actually ended up like this. Old man Qi Shan panicked at this moment. The blow Zheng Shanchuan received was too great and too sudden. It took him a long time to recover. By the time he regained his mental state and started refining Gu again, Fang Yuan was already at the final step. There was no more suspense in this battle, and it ended with Fang Yuan's victory. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Everyone commented excitedly, as if it had nothing to do with them. Zheng Shanchuan still suffered because of his youth. He had ruined his entire life. Someone felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also people who were overjoyed, such as An Han. However, as the head consecrator of a prestigious sect, he could only secretly rejoice. On the surface, he sighed and expressed his sympathy for Zheng Shanchuan. The battle was over. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, but Zheng Shanchuan stared blankly at the flame burning quietly in his hand. He had lost. My whole life. His bright future was lost to a mysterious demonic Gu master in a bet. How could this be? What should I do? Zheng Shanchuan suddenly felt that his future was bleak, and he was at a loss. Senior, please have mercy. We, master and disciple, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous, seeing that my disciple is still young, please let him go. I am willing to take his place. I am willing to give all of my savings to exchange for my disciple's freedom. Lord, please have mercy. Please have mercy. Please have mercy. Old man Qi Shan suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed towards Fang Yuan. The old man's head hit the ground, creating loud noises, and soon, his face was covered in blood. Master. Zheng Shanchuan woke up, he quickly ran over and helped old man Qi Shan up. When the truth of him toppling Truyang building was exposed, his name would definitely spread throughout the 5 regions. He would be extremely high profile. At that time, it would definitely be an extremely difficult test. The whole world was his enemy, countless Gu immortals wanted to kill Fang Yuan. In their opinion, Fang Yuan must have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I need to use this final period of development to accumulate large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone and Immortal materials to raise my battle strength. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain new life. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. They would be a huge burden to Fang Yuan during his cultivation. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to avoid any battle as much as possible and be careful. If Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie during his life of pursuit, the pressure would be too great. It might even be the main factor leading to his death. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan participated in the Refinement Path Convention and practiced his Gu refinement methods, while also actively deducing and expending large numbers of Star Thought Gu to deduce and modify the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was the urgent matter at hand. It was also the best method to change the situation. Other matters could not compare to it. Fang Yuan put them aside at that time. The third, fourth, and fifth rounds of competition, Fang Yuan passed them one after another. His strength was outstanding. Quasi-Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level was rare even among Gu Immortals. In the 5 rounds of competition, he obtained first place in 5 rounds. His momentum was fierce and his reputation was awe-inspiring. Fang Yuan's name had already started to spread everywhere. Those who heard of this name knew that this person was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was extremely skilled in Gu refinement. His Gu refinement methods were complex and varied. His foundation was quite deep. On the day before the 6th round, Fang Yuan finally obtained the first stage of the deduction of the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. It was really not easy. When Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave, he was so excited that he almost cried. The process of deducing and modifying this Immortal Killer move was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill. Every step was difficult. For this result, Fang Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu that he obtained from Dongfang Naganori in the 4th round. Thankfully, he had the Stone Nest and large numbers of hairy men. They were already refining Gu and storing up Star Thought Gu. Fang Yuan thus had enough capital to obtain Vaguely Familiar Face that he could use. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings. I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged demon-expelling sex hosting Elder. The surrounding Refinement Path Gu Masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yentang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fang Zheng had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these myriad Dragon Dock people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first, he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe. Rank 5 demonic cultivator. It was Fang Yuan. Why was he here? I will let you understand what true pain is. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, I am a grand rank 6 Gu Immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations. I am only 1 step away from rank 7. Why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant. I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life. He was a Fire Path Gu Immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Gu worms. This Sound Path Gu worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial Gu refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Fang Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest Gu refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fang Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his Gu refinement attainment. Even for Gu Immortals, there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the Gu. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome. Not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fang Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the Gu recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The Gu master could either reverse refine the Gu worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the Gu recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 silence Gu. Thus, this required the Gu master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined Gu refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange. Only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Fang Yuan, why did he start refining Gu right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing Gu masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fang Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other Gu masters had not started refining Gu. He was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the Gu masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path Gu Immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Vicious Lightning Fiend treated blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao as an opponent and wanted to increase his reputation. He had already collected information about the other party. On the contrary, since Dan Xiao agreed to Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge, he had made ample preparations. He had a deep understanding of Vicious Lightning Fiend and was confident in winning. A moment later, Blazing Demonic Immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not even raise his head. Dan Xiao could be said to be the strongest opponent Vicious Lightning Fiend had challenged since he came out of closed cultivation. Be it cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Dao marks on him, he surpassed Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, when he challenged those rank 7 Gu Immortals earlier, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation level was only rank 6. This was a normal situation when challenging someone of higher ranks. Haha, this fire is really powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes shining with lightning. His body shook, 3 shadows flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking blazing demonic immortal. Lightning Deity. Lightning Deity who had Lightning Path Dao marks. 3 Gu Immortal level battle strength. Blazing demonic immortal quickly retreated, while Vicious Lightning Fiend counterattacked, regaining control of the battle. After fighting for an hour, the intense battle raged on like a raging fire. This was a huge bet and reputation, so neither side was willing to give up so easily. The intense immortal essence expenditure made both sides feel heartache. Dan Xiao was impatient, he suddenly attacked. He had planned this for a long time. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not dodge in time, he had to face it head-on. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Vicious Lightning Fiend coughed out blood and retreated. Lose, Great Flame Demon True Body. Dan Xiao suddenly turned into a flame demon, chasing with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon was already close to Vicious Lightning Fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning Deity, self-detonate. At the moment of danger, Vicious Lightning Fiend's vicious nature was triggered. He actually self-detonated a Lightning Deity. Rumble! Lightning Deity's self-detonation created a huge sound wave. The 3 mountains in the area were instantly destroyed. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were both heavily injured, their expressions were weak and their battle strength fell sharply. Interesting, give me your lives. Suddenly, a blood-red light flew out, forming into a battlefield killer move that covered both sides who were heavily injured. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the Immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast, he immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the Blood Path Immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move, he directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated, Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him, his expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly, the sense of danger was getting stronger, this was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu Immortals appeared, their grand aura burst out. They attacked together, 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu Immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor, he looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Illusion Garden. Such a huge move, they even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there, he was not overly arrogant. Recently, he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy, you were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. You are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals from my Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 Rank 7 Gu Immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu Immortals were all Rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds, he had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu Immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong, everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in true Yang Mountain Range. But the key was how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Feng Yuan was not only a Strength Path Grandmaster, he was also a Blood Path Grandmaster. He knew as many Blood Path methods as Song Zixing. And this time, he had planned for a long time, he had made ample preparations. Immediately, he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 Blood Path killer moves in a row. They were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Feng Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time, and a 5th time. This was a huge matter. Feng Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The Golden Bell Phantom shattered, the arm was about to explode when it was suppressed, layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used Blood Demon Body Separation, he was already at the end of his rope. He had used less than 10 beads of Immortal Essence for it. Stellar Form Land Spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish-blue doo-doo. His small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Feng Yuan as his master, Stellar Form Land Spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Stellar Form Land Spirit quickly nodded. "Master, please follow me." His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Feng Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Fang Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. Even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped. The scenery in front of him had changed greatly. Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land. Stellar Form Land Spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Fang Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart goo? Fang Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dart goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest's bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Thus, Feng Kim Hong made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling guts goo to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fang Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fang Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong had explored dream realms many times. He had sensed the value of guts goo, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fang Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the goo refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Hong made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin. The final victor of this duel will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered. That might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Hong suggested refining river wave trace goo as the topic. River Wave Trace Goo was a rank 5 water path goo worm. It was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Goo, rank 4 Wave Trace Goo, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using water path goo worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Goo House. If he refined River Wave Trace Goo, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Feng Yuan suggested refining Blood Walk Goo. This was a rank 3 blood path goo used for movement. Feng Kim Hong also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Feng Yuan specialized in blood path goo refinement techniques? Feng Kim Hong had no confidence in refining blood path goo worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 fire path goo worm. 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Goo. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the goo according to the goo recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Goo first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Once the secret of Feng Yuan destroying 88-point Xianyang Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Feng Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Guts Goo and Dream Wings Immortal Goo, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all Goo Immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Feng Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Feng Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunxing came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around northern plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment, he was called back by Feng Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location, don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth chi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded and said goodbye to Fang Yuan, using a stargate to go to northern plains. After Fang Yuan obtained star form blessed land, his starlight firefly goo reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan came to the secret room and saw Gue Fangjing again. Wasn't Gue Fangjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Fang Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Gue Fangjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was called back by Fang Yuan, used man as before immortal goo and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal goo like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fangjing was truly dead. If it were any other goo immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange immortal goo, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 goo immortals or Rinzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Fang Yuan threw an information path goo worm to Fangjing, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look. This is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal goo, he had been gathering goo refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather one set of goo refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the refinement path convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal goo could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered one set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the guts goo trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating astronomy. Here, master. At the next moment, Star Form Land Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fang Yuan. To refine change form immortal goo, Star Form Land Spirit had become Fang Yuan's free labor. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.